Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are doing well on this weekend evening night. Oh, man, what a long, I suppose, year, I should say. It's been a year since I started playing all of these JRPGs, all of these games that have brought me so much joy and I've enjoyed so much. Oh my god. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Holy shit. You guys have been talking in here since, like, the fucking thing, since the thing went up. Holy shit. Also, oh, hello. Thank you for the $10, Linsanity. I appreciate it. Boneless is having Yuffie fantasies again. This time it's her performing Doom of the Living on him. Hashtag coordinate and oh energy. Oh no. No. Don't Doom of the Living on the boy. Holy shit. You guys have actually talked so much that the super chat is actually like out if I reload the chat. Holy shit. What the fuck? There's so many fucking there's so much chatting. Oh my god. I can't keep up with all of this. Hold on. Okay. I gotta go back. Okay, whatever. I can't I literally won't be able to just read everything. I'm sorry if you made funnies. I'm sorry if everybody was making jokes and I wasn't able to, and I'm not able to see them because they were 5 minutes ago when the chat wasn't, or before the chat was completely crowded with a bunch of people. How am I supposed to troll? Oh, shut up! Thank you for the $2, Volcanic. Rag is currently taking his shit. That's why he's taking so long. No, actually, I am a little bit late. I'm very late because the fucking. What ended up happening, I was clicking start stream at 11 like I always do. I'm clicking start stream, and it was giving me this thing. It says like, oh, we can't connect. We don't know why. So I had to restart OBS, which like delayed me by a couple of minutes, which is kind of annoying. Pick up the damn controller. Thank you for the $2, Boneless. Oh, you're late by 7 minutes. I am not late by 7 minutes. I'm late by, like, 3. Okay, that's what I am. Rag, do we get to see Doom of the Living today? Never. Oh, it's been a year since Rag was worth watching. Shut up. That thing went up. Hello, Steve. Hello, Shadow. Hello, Fuda. Hello, CR Smith. Hello, Princess Apple. Hello, I suppose I should say hello to Lynn. Hello, Moth. Hello, Volcanic. Oh my fucking god, there's so many of you. Hello, Toru. Hello, Captain Jacob. Hello, Fuda Bomber. Thank you for the $2. Hello, Taran. How are you? Oh god, can you finally show us the Odin fight? There's no fucking Odin fight. There's no goddamn Odin fight. You motherfuckers keep saying it. You keep saying it. Alright. So I do want to preface a little bit with this stream, okay? So I created... This is so fucking 7th grade coded, alright? I've created a fucking PowerPoint to help direct my thoughts and the conversation when we get into it. I poisoned myself with my own cooking, so I'm early. Well, it sucks that you poisoned yourself, but I'm glad you're here at least. You know, we got silver linings and all that. I hope you recover well. Holy shit. On time is late, 15 minutes early is on time. Wrong. On time is on time because I'm not in the fucking army anymore. Doing the living. Hello, Merry Chris Vlog. How are you doing? Final Fantasy VIII 1999. We are actually going to discuss Final Fantasy VIII today. I completed the game a while ago, but we have we have we have some discussion to do, some talking about it to have done. There are 21 of us. It's a lot in the basement. That's a lot of people in the basement. That's a lot of people who have got chained to the radiators. Hello, Coma. Oh my god. Also, hello, Yick. And Mary. Wimp, show us. Show us. I will show you. I will show you. That is the point. Alright, I repurposed one of my scenes to actually show the PowerPoint. I gotta make sure it actually, you know, fucking works. I'm a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I haven't made a PowerPoint in 10 fucking years, okay? And I'm not exactly expecting this to be I'm gonna sit down and it's gonna be a presentation and everyone's gonna sit and listen and we're gonna have questions moments. I'm gonna be bullshitting the whole time. Alright, I'm gonna be bullshitting the whole time because I need the PowerPoint so that I can, like, keep my mind, like, okay, what were we talking about? What is the subject? Because otherwise I will get distracted and I will move on to other topics that are not in order. That are, and it's gonna ruin the whole thing and make this completely incomprehensible, okay? Now, odds are it is going to still be incomprehensible. I very much doubt that this is going to come across as like actually structured, even though the PowerPoint will look structured. It's not. 7th grade coded. This is going to be amazing. Oh God, PowerPoint. Oh no, clear rag point. Yeah, we need Odin. There. You want to outside and fisticuffs? I should be fine in a few days. Okay, well that's good. I hope you feel better soon. Greet me, you dumbass. Hello, 2 unknown. Sorry. Look, there's too many of you. I'm struggling to greet everybody these days. It used to be that there were 4 people in the basement, and they would all get together and they would circle jerk. All right, and now there's too many people who show up, and I can't say hello to everybody. I should probably also say hello to any potential lurkers, VOD watchers, anything of the sort. I feel like if any of my fucking weird ass video, if any one VOD is going to get views, this might be the one, because it's like, oh, this is like a summary of my experiences playing the game. It's gonna be fucking. I don't expect that, by the way. Just that's my prediction. Oh man, oh man. I can finally hear Rag's beautiful voice again. Shut up, you're wrong. On time is on time. It's only 1 minute long, but utilizing it properly values everyone's time. If you show up 15 minutes early, you show everyone you don't value your own time. I mean, maybe? I don't know. That seems like a bit of a philosophical thing. Like, if I don't got anything else going on, I might as well show up early. Like, fuck it. Like, what am I gonna do? Spend 15 minutes queuing up in League of Legends and then, like, FFing at 15 because that's a thing you're allowed to do now, apparently? Asian standard. If you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time. Oh god, we're military standard now. Rag, stop stalling and show us. Shut up! I will get to it. I will get to it. We have plenty of time, alright? I figure it's a Friday night. We can chill out. We can slow down a little bit. I don't know exactly how long this is gonna end up being. I don't know. Like, I feel like it could... If I was just doing this as a presentation, it would probably be really, really short. Like, literally 7th grade middle school coded. But because I plan on bullshitting, there's a good chance that we end up off topic a decent amount of the time. There's a good chance we end up, you know, talking about things that are like halfway tangentially kind of sort of related if you squint your eyes at it, all that good stuff, where I don't want this to be like a, oh, I'm going to be doing this whole thing, because this is a new thing for me. I will admit to being a little bit nervous. I have never done a stream where I just turned the stream on and talked. I have always had a video game or something to play, something to kind of narrate over whenever I don't know what to say, what to talk about, if I don't have anything, you know, a funny joke to say or something like that. You know, I've never done this before. All right, so cut me a little slack. PowerPoint presentation. Shut up, boneless. Rag changed. You didn't greet me. Well, I did greet you, 2 unknown, you bitch. This will be the best stream. I fucking hope it is. He's so half-assed. So he half-assed his PowerPoint. Sounds legit. I did put real effort into it. Okay, I just did it over the course of 1 day. Squint your eyes, Rag 2026. I'm always squinting. Shut up, Lynn. Oh my god, you're gonna make me sound like a racist. Thank you for the $5 though. Holy shit, I had to squint my eyes. I almost said 2. Did Final Fantasy end with Zidane and Eiko or Garnet getting married? Well, the game ended with Zidane and Garnet being the OTP of the universe. All right, but we'll talk about that a little bit more. I sneak in voluntarily. There's 20 of us, 20 and a half of us are, there's only 20 and a half of us are lurkers. Say hello to us all by IRL name and social security number. I will do no such thing. Stop stalling. I'm not stalling. Shut up. Elder Scrolls level of gibberish. We have to rewatch the endings. Okay, so, because, speaking of rewatching stuff, because I fucking, because I was like, alright, it has literally been 11 months, about, since I started Final Fantasy VII. I did rewatch a summary of events, on Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII. That fucking said, I am not an expert on any of these games. I am a casual enjoyer who has now completed each of these games 1 time. Alright? So if I forget major plot events, you know, like if I forget, oh, Cloud had Genova cells and was gonna be turned into a clone of Sephiroth, right? If I forget something on that level, forgive me. I'm begging you, because I'm a dumbass and don't remember all of the games. The things that I will have more solid things, more more concrete discussions about are things like gameplay mechanics and like why I liked those, what I dislike, you know, all that kind of stuff. I feel like I'll have more to say on those individually, but we are going to be, all right. Don't tell me to chill out, you dirty rat. Shut the fuck up. The way I see it, I show up 10 to 15 minutes early for work. I do the same, so that the people who are supposed to leave when I get in can leave on time and not rush out the door. Me and Boneless are the diversity hire women here. What the fuck? Just start off more. Just start already. Rip off the band-aid, man. Show us moving images. Oh my god. You guys are more eager to see this fuck-ass PowerPoint than you are to see the games I play. It's like, oh, stop stalling, stop stalling. What if I want to chill out a little bit, huh? What if I want to, like, hang out and yap and talk a little bit? That's like the whole point of this stream, right? I'm gonna talk today. Talking is the big thing. I'm gonna be talking a lot, alright? Alright? I don't get it. Oh yeah, right. I reviewed the footage in HD. Oh, there's a dagger upskirt in the final CG of the stream. It was not a panty shot. That's unfortunate, Fuda. I'm so sorry. You make yourself sound like a racist all by yourself. Shut up. Just because I do that doesn't mean I need. That just means I don't need help from you guys. All right. So we had to squint to read Lynn's comment because her blonde. Wait, is that a safety squints joke? It's not, but it could be. It really is 11 months. Is it really 11 months since Final Fantasy VII? Yes. I finished Xenogears halfway through February, and I started Final Fantasy VII directly after that. I did Final Fantasy VII through February, and then I played Parasite Eve right after that. Unless there's like, there may have been something else in between. I don't think there was though, because I was kind of interested in doing that whole thing. I am a casual. Yes, I am a casual Final Fantasy enjoyer, alright? I'm sorry. I'm not a hardcore, play the games 10 times over, know every in and out, the start and end of every quest, all of that stuff. I don't know that. Like, if you told me right now to go and get all of the items to make it so that Corneo will choose Cloud instead of one of the girls, I don't think that I'd be able to do it. All right, I'm gonna admit to that right off rip. Like, I don't know that I would be able to tell you the items that we need and where to find them. I'd be able to tell you that it's possible, and I did it for the Valentine's Day stream because that was funny. But that was not. that is not something I've committed to memory. We got obscure side quest to character number 6 to the electric chair with him. Exactly. That's what I don't want to. That's what I don't want to happen. We'll politely remind you. Oh God. Before I forget, if you ever can keep, fuck you for never keeping up with my iPod yapping. Okay, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about. Ugh. There's video game lore, and then there's lore psychosis over analysis. People go crazy. Sucks to suck. Show us pictures! Oh my God, you guys. Rag missed my emotional thank you. You had an emotional thank you? Wait, did I miss something? Emotional thank you. It's been 4 days since I tried to. Oh, holy shit, dude. I hope you're feeling all right. Hold on. There must have been something else that I missed, but whatever it was, I'm sorry that I haven't seen it. There's too many of you talking, and I'm having trouble keeping up because I was already like far behind. I'm sorry. There you go, stalling it. I'm not stalling. Shut the fuck up. We have plenty of time. Rag is nervous and blushing whenever I'm around. I'm not actually. Ugh. I'm not nervous and blushing. All right. I'm just nervous because there's a lot of people watching. Rag, I'm a casual. I'm a rag casual. I didn't join till SMT. Okay, to be fair, SMT is that was kind of a fucking tough one. Unsubbing because Rag pronounces the first R in February. Okay. Based casual enjoyer. Shadow, shut up. We asked for Yap. We're getting Yap. Exactly. You're getting Yap. The only Final Fantasy games I've beaten that I enjoyed was Final Fantasy VI. Never tried any Final Fantasy after that though. I'm curious if that'll mean that anything that I have to say will like change your mind on that or whatever. For the record, I've played 1 through 6. I have not critically consumed them and like looked into the details of everything. And I again, casual Final Fantasy enjoyer over here. All right. Oh my God, pay attention. I'm not going to pay attention to iPod shit. I don't care. I'm sorry. I was one of the Elder Scrolls games. I think that makes sense. I'm happy to be alive for this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Always be alive. Dying's gay. Expected. Fun reminiscing about the PS1 FF games. Reality. Rag getting relentlessly bullied by chat. Is that not just the way it always is, though? If I spend any amount of time talking to you guys and giving you actual, like, attention, then it always turns to bullying me. Ragnarok, thank you for streaming and entertaining me these past solid months. Good job. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Captain Haycub. And also, you're welcome. I suppose. I got ignored. I'm sorry, Dolan! I can't see everybody. I'm dumb. Let us see pics already. Oh, look, fucking holy shit. He did the hair thing. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. I don't know what you're talking about. Is this a Rag Yap stream or an Us Yap stream? It's a Rag Yap stream, but I'm not here to just fucking immediately be like, yes, I'm going to do nothing but like completely focus entirely on this one stupid thing. Also, for the record, I didn't get any like music or anything set up, so it's gonna be like weirdly quiet probably. I don't know if this background music is good to just have for forever. It might be, but I feel like it'd be kind of a little bit awkward. That Corneo quest is exposing big beauty industry, meaning that enough rags with a ton of cosmetics can be tricked so long. Natural beauty. I joined during FF8, and now you guys are some of my closest friends. Aww. I'm tired of pressuring them for the PowerPoint. Can't wait to watch you play more Clock Tower. Oh my God, we're not playing Clock Tower. Not until October. We'll play one more ending, or maybe 2, I guess. I'm following a guide though, 100%. We're doing one ending a year until we finish the game. I need attention constantly. So do I. That's why I started streaming. Also, Rag, I sent you a stupid SS iceberg I made. Oh, the fucking I see. Okay. I suppose I will look at that later. Thank you though. The hair thing where you turn your head and toss your hair, it's so cute. What, this fucking thing? I don't know if I can do that intentionally. The other FF I beat was 4, but I never liked it. I do have a fun irrelevant question. Do you ever miss any free-to-play MMORPGs of the 2000s that have long since gone? Kinda. I don't know. I'm nostalgic for some of them. Like, I remember playing, like, MapleStory and RuneScape, but, like, those games are still around. Like, I didn't play, like, Ragnarok Online or anything like that. I had a lot of people ask me if my username comes from Ragnarok Online or if, like, that was what I played or whatever. And it's kind of not, but I remember enjoying playing, like, a lot of the free-to-play games I enjoyed were, like, Nexon-based. Like, I remember playing Combat Arms, but that wasn't really an MMO. The only MMOs that I, like, really invested myself in are World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. Rag, if you replace Fallen Angel, I will say to the electric chair. We're not gonna replace Fallen Angel. We're not gonna replace it. We just have this other background music that's, like, nice and chill. Do I hear a scissor man? It's okay, Rag. I stay for stream because I like your voice. It's excellent background content. Perfect. That's exactly where I want to be. That means I can say whatever I want and nobody will pay attention to it until, like, I say something completely unhinged and then they're like, what the fuck was that? And then they go and rewind it a little bit and then they find out that what I said that was totally insane was actually not that insane in context. When are you playing Skyrim? After I play Oblivion, which will be after I play Morrowind, which is probably not going to be for a long, long time. There's a 16-year-old in chat. Okay. Get out then, if that bothers you. Falls asleep from lack of moving pictures. There's a moving picture right here, you dingoid. Oh my god. I wish World of Warcraft was fun and good and worth all the hours I played it. I know, right, dude? I play Mozart in the background, it's not copyrighted. just start playing, like, fucking classical music. I don't know. That would probably fit. I could probably play something like some of the Final Fantasy VI songs, but actually I'm not sure because those are like on Spotify and stuff. We simply cannot wait until another October for the next Clock Tower stream. I'm gonna run to the bog and get back. He's getting coming enough at the PowerPoint lesson. Oh, all right. I suppose we should probably start the fucking PowerPoint. Oh, which is the next stream, right? How much to pay you for that to do that? Wait, what? Oh, no. The Fox catch my attention and I enjoy it every time. Cheap viewers? Oh boy, I sure do love having cheap viewers. Delete the bot. I'm happy to have contributed to the community. I may have made the Odin joke, and I'm 99% sure I made the basement joke. Also, Soul Story is a funny inside joke. Is it a joke? I thought it was just your project, man. Woo! Final Fantasy VI! Hell yeah, Final Fantasy VI. Alright, let me see if I gotta check. I gotta check, make sure my shit didn't get fucked up in the meantime. Okay. Alright. It looks like it's working properly. Let's... Oh god, this is gonna be so fucking cringe! Oh god! I thought this was gonna be fine, and now I'm like, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Let's start our discussion about Final Fantasy, shall we? We'll talk about the series, we're gonna talk about a few different things, so... Boom, look at this. Oh god. Alright, so... A PS1 era retrospective thing. So we're going to be talking about the Final Fantasy games that I played over the last year. I started Final Fantasy IX at the end of last year, and we're going to be talking a little bit about where it went, where I started with Final Fantasy, what I knew about it, all these different things, right? So we're going to be talking about Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy IX. These are the topics of discussion. We are not going to be discussing differences with the remasters, differences that are added with the sequels, extra context that are added in things like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and the like. I don't know those things. We have to limit our discussion to the PS1 era games. All right, I don't. Not that I don't like them. I don't even know. I haven't tried them. All I know is what I've played here. And to be completely honest, I'm not 100% that I know everything that happened in these games. All right. Alright? Am I at work? We're going to talk about Final Fantasy 15, the best video game of all time. We are not going to talk about Final Fantasy 15. I will eventually get to Final Fantasy 15. We will talk about it then. I'll eventually play... so after this, the plan is to play 10 and 12 over the course of this year. I'm not 100% sure how long they are. I don't know if we'll be able to start 13 and do 13, 15, 16 eventually. We'll do that eventually, but I don't know if this is going to be like a super quick thing, because I'm not playing them one after the other, alright? Who is Narok 311? Is it related to 343 Guilty Spark? No! So primary school core. That's kind of. I'm glad, because it was supposed to be kind of. It's supposed to be kind of nostalgic, but also it's. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Is that a chicken drumstick? Is this because boneless? Shut up! No. Who is Ragnarok 301? No. So what the this template said to use first name and last name. No Subway Surfers in the corner. I should have done that. Fuck. Narok does the videos. Oh my god, I hate you guys. Oh, Foodabomber, it's true. You both are. Pictures. Yes, we got pictures finally. Oh my fucking god. I sent you a stupid ass iceberg in Discord. I'm tired of sending it, but it's stupid and not funny. I saw it. I think I'll look at it after stream. I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's something that you wanted me to like look at right now and to talk about, because I'm kind of we got other stuff. If we don't have silly slide transitions, I will riot. I'm sorry, Croc dude. My slide transitions are basic. It's just a fade in. I'm sorry. Oh, I should. You're right. I should have. I should have done silly ones. Why are PS1 FF games not the PS2 FF games such different categories? Something makes PS1 Final Fantasy more special. It's not that it's more special. It's just that those are the ones I played. Justice for Croc, dude. Oh my god. PS1 Final Fantasy Trilogy has all the classic games. PS2 Final Fantasy has Blitzball and MMO and whatever the fuck genre 13 is. Or 12 is. I'm curious about that, because I'm curious about what that'll do. Boo! Shut up! You guys are assholes! You guys wanted this from me! oh, brother, this guy stinks! Times New Roman, 12 size font, double spaced. You're right, I should have made it more, holy shit. More middle school coded than this. Remember when Rag literally did a PowerPoint show? Oh my god, I hate you. Alright, Boneless, see if you can finish this line, alright? This might get long. Strap in, cause there ain't no getting off of this train we on. Alright? There ain't no getting off. We're committed now. Alright, so over the course of my presentation here, we're going to talk about a few different things. I decided on these 6 categories because the template had 6 categories, and I was like, wow, that's convenient. That is mad convenient. So I was like, alright, we're going to talk about our main protagonists. It says antagonist. I lied. I didn't actually make any slides for the antagonists. We're going to mostly going to talk about them in relation to the protagonist in anyway, and what the deal is. We're going to talk a little bit about the protagonist's story and all these different things. We're going to talk about the supporting cast. These are the characters who are either temporary party members or will be they like show up in the party at some point. I realize that there are other characters as well, like in Final Fantasy VIII, like Sid and Edea are married. We'll talk a little bit about Sid as well, but mostly in relation to Edea because she's a member of the supporting cast. She joins the party temporarily for a really short time. Speaking of which, if it's not extremely fucking obvious to anybody by now, massive spoilers, in case you're, for some reason watching this, pick up a controller or something, I don't know. When do we discuss Irving's death? Shut up! Oh my god, I hate you guys. MLA format. It's not MLA. I'm fucking no. Comic Sans should have been your font. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I would have been so upset if I had to look at Comic Sans for this long. All right. I'm the diversity fire because I need too much. Oh my fucking god. He Ozma's on his Ragnarok until he Odins. What is cringe shall never die. Oh my god. When do we talk about how Sephiroth killed Garnet and Neiko? Can I go to the bathroom? It is worth noting, I'm not going to stop anybody from going to the bathroom, okay? You can all get up and leave and come back whenever you want. Just don't expect me to recap the last half an hour when you take forever taking a shit, all right? The Ozma's on his Ragnarok till he Odins. I ate some paint chips and my tummy hurt. Wait, there will be spoilers? Yes, Shadow. Sid threw you to do the Timber Owl's dirty work. He did. I would have just gone with the Chrono Trigger font I found years ago. Still using it on my own videos when it comes up. I mean, that would probably not have been a bad idea. I was just like, I'm gonna take a template and I'm just gonna throw pictures at it. All right. Instructions unclear. I pissed my wife's pantsuit. Really, spoilers? I know, right? Look, some people don't. Some people will see, will see the spoiler shit without being like, oh man, there's fucking spoilers in here and like all that stuff. So, if that's you, play the games before you continue watching this stream. The VOD will be up in as long as I want, honestly. Unless YouTube takes it down for some reason. Hey Rag, I left to get a sandwich. What I meant? Shut the fuck up! I hate it when you guys do that. But I don't know the plot yet. That's okay. You can play the games and you won't know the plot either. I know because that's me. Tinkles and Rag's bed. I'm going to fucking rub your nose in it. let's talk about Neptunia. No, this needs to be several slides dedicated to Tifa's rack, tummy, and ass. Look, if I thought that I would be able to get away with it, I would be showing. I would be showing like the Italian Senate's favorite hentai video. Okay, unfortunately, I don't think I can get away with it. So we're gonna have to do without the Tifa's ass and titties all over the screen. Unfortunately. We are the Italian Senate. YouTube makes everything a pain. Yeah, plain. YouTube Kun would never forgive. Can we talk about how good Sephiroth looks without his shirt? You can if you want to. That is not going to be a topic of discussion. All right, so let me continue talking about what we're planning to talk about. It's taken me. I feel like it's taking me fucking forever to go through any of these slides, which is probably a good thing. So we're going to be talking about the main protagonist, obviously, and the supporting cast. We're going to talk, and then we're going to talk about how they contribute to the overall story, what the overall story kind of is. We're going to talk bare bones and my thoughts on it. The overall story thing will probably be fairly short compared to the other stuff. I expect the first 3 sections to be much shorter than the other stuff because the relationship of the characters and all that stuff. I'm not a very like story heavy person. Like I like story, don't get me wrong, and I'm not like, oh, story is completely pointless in games. But I also recognize that I can excuse lots and lots of plot holes in a story if it's not like a glaringly broken, like, holy shit, this is like flashing red light, this sucks, I hate this, you know? Very, very few things that will actually do that to ruin my enjoyment of anything like this, particularly in games where if the game mechanics, I feel, hold up and actually are fun on their own, even without a story. All right, that's a personal thing. So if I say something about the story that is wrong, or if I say something that maybe is like doesn't quite resonate with you, or is kind of fucking, you know, if it's just flat out like this is an incorrect remembering of the whole thing, that's probably why, because the impression that it left on holy shit, dude, I'm trying to talk and I'm struggling. A lot of this is about my memories, my experience with this whole thing. All right, so that's why I'm late. Did we use Doom of the Living? We did not use Doom of the Living. We're still in the very beginning. Don't worry. Oh my god, 31 minutes so far. Kermit voice for category 1, Arnold voice for category 2. No. I'm not gonna. Don't waste your money on donations for that either. I'm not going to use a character voice for something like this, because I'm already going to have enough trouble organizing my thoughts, and I've literally organized them for you on screen. So when I can't focus on doing that and a voice, all right? So sorry if that's a disappointment. Oh my god. Everyone below 18 needs to wear a full burqa. What the fuck? The industry game revolution and its consequences on humanity by Ted Narok. No. Rag, I am voice training to you. Why? Goals. Final Fantasy and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Games without a story are like Wii Sports or whatever. I feel like, okay, personal philosophy, I feel like games can work without a story. They can be fun and all that stuff. I feel like it's a bit reductive to say that games don't need a story, at least not I feel like if you want to be like a great game, push the medium further, you gotta have some kind of story. Rag, Moth won't stop kicking my chair. Well, thanks for the $2. Maybe you should have invested in those $2 in some way to defend your chair from being kicked. So if my takeaway if my takeaway is shit, it's because it's shit. Yes. Tattletale. It's been a solid couple of days. I learned a lot about OTC PBX, which made DEET Styrofoam fun energetics. Then I watched the whole live playthrough of Ace Combat 4, and now I get a Yap stream. Hell yeah! I have voice training to you because it's boring, and I regret wanting to become a singer, and also voice training means I can do a girly voice to scam men. Well, as long as they deserve it, I guess. All right. So, the second half of this is going to be, we're going to talk about the unique mechanics. This is going to be stuff like limit break and trance and how like materia versus like the AP abilities that we had in Final Fantasy IX and junctioning. My thoughts on those things, what I liked about them, what I disliked about them, how strong they feel overall. All these kinds of things. All right. Mini games. Every Final Fantasy has some kinds of mini games in it. We're going to talk a little bit about them. I feel like this is also going to be another shorter one, because the mini games are, they are mini. They're like smaller games within the major plot of the game. Most of the time they aren't actually necessary to complete the main story, outside of like one or two things like where they introduce it to you and then show you, hey, this is how it works. But then you're never forced to interact with it again, right? So we'll talk a little bit about those. And then the super bosses. I feel like the ending on the super bosses is kind of an appropriate thing, because the super bosses are like the ultimate challenge, the pinnacle of your mechanical understanding of the games. So they require you to know not only how to face like the strong, like that you have to last a long time against them. Every single enemy, every single super boss requires it has a lot of health and requires you to survive multiple turns. I don't think any of them are cheesable to the point where you do one fucking ability and then just win from there, which kind of means you have to have some staying power against them. You need to have some sort of ability to heal yourself. You need to have the ability to do massive amounts of damage in most cases. You have to be able to out damage the enemy's healing. And then you also need to be able to deal with crowd control and the like, blind, confusions, your stuns and your disabling attacks, right? So it's very, I feel like that kind of is like a good culmination. And then after that, I'll kind of, I do have a slide where I kind of rank my personal thoughts overall on like if I'm gonna rank them 1, 2, and 3. Right now, I want you to keep in mind when I do that we're talking about razor thin margins here, and any one, if you ask me on a different day, it might be different. All right. So we're going to. Holy shit! Can you do a Ragnarok through in one voice for all of these categories? That's just my normal voice. So yes, Ragnar, your nipple's more like what? What the fuck? What does that mean? No, I'm not answering that question. Use your imagination. Rag's favorite game is Frog Stop Go. No, I actually hate Red Light Green Light in every iteration in every game ever. It's my least favorite game. Don't need help answering that. Oh, wait, what? I do an overly feminine voice just to fuck with people when they try to guess my age. Oh my god. Oh my god. We will be talking about Odin. There is no Odin fight. I did not include a slide on Odin. I should have though. I should have included a slide on Odin. So full disclosure, I made this whole thing like last night, like 24 hours ago. I was putting this slide together. FF9 orb is a turn 1 win with charge from Steiner. Can you do the like 60,000 damage necessary to kill him in 1 turn? Mystic Quest while having fun. Can you beat Mystic Quest while having fun challenge? I don't know what that is. Mystic Quest? Random Final Fantasy question. Is it even possible to do a challenge run on Mystic Quest? I've never heard of Mystic Quest. I don't know what that is. What is Mystic Quest? Out of all the Final Fantasy games, Fallout 4 has the worst story. It's completely unrelated to anything else in the series, man. I don't know what the fucking deal is. FF7 is gonna win all the categories. You think so? Fucking liar. It's not a voice. Then why are his videos completely different? My videos are completely different because I have time to like sit there and redo takes. All right, that's a lot of me like, hey, okay, so it's like I have a script up I could fucking probably read, but it'd be fucking it's not natural, and it's not a natural voice, but it is still my voice. Guys, I need more stimulation for voice training. FF8 or Geometry Dash. FF8. Who is Odin? Odin is a main character. Is one of the supporting characters in Final Fantasy VIII. Rag, what did I miss? Everything. Morgan Freeman narrator, but he did, in fact, absolutely include a slide on Odin. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Yeah, like, you're gonna hype yourself up, but I did not do that. Okay, so fucking that's your own business. Mystic Quest for the N64 RPG for babies. I've never heard of it. Maybe I should play that at some point. Mystic Quest is the SNES one with the awesome hard rock soundtrack. Mystic Quest is known as Final Fantasy USA in Japan. Pretty much a dumbed down Final Fantasy game with rock battle music. Dumbed down. Have you ever heard of this Ragnarok through one YouTuber? He does some cool Daggerfall videos, but he fell off when he started doing Final Fantasy weeaboo stuff. Shut up! Read your script. No, I don't want to read a script. Rag is forcing me to do a Soul Story to boost traction for the channel. I'm thinking of doing Quest 65, 64 even. Wait, Rag, you can't read the AI description to the Odin fight. There is no fucking Odin fight! There's no goddamn Odin fight! Alright. Let's get into this, shall we? Let's talk a little bit about these fucking... Let's talk about our main protagonists. So, why do we care about the main protagonist? We care about the main protagonist primarily because they are the medium through which we experience 99% of the world in all of these games. We, like, most of the game will happen from their perspective. I think every game has some sections that are away from the main protagonist and a little bit more like, oh, here's like more from Tifa's perspective. Here's from Sid's perspective. Here's a little bit about like, I don't even remember, like fucking, here's Laguna. Here's fucking like, here's Garnet and Steiner doing their own thing. You know, how they interact with the world outside of the main character. But the main character is pretty much always in the party with those few exceptions, all right? Ragnarok 3-1, the New York financier. Shut up. Just use a speech to text your script of your script so everyone has mad. No. It begins. I like Proto Odin from Parasite Eve. I think his name was Maeda. It's Maeda. Yeah. Proto Odin. Because they are the main characters. I mean, look, okay, I just want to... Because the thing is, right, if you don't play the game yourself, right, and I know all of you guys probably have, but, like, fucking, if you don't play the game yourself, you probably see this cast of characters and you're like, well, they must all be, like, equally important. And, like, to an extent they kind of are, but, the main character is the main character for a reason, right? It's, like, this is the medium through which we experience the world. This is the character who we get the most perspective on. We learn more about their thoughts and their ideas, their likes and dislikes, all of that stuff. And almost always they end up being the strongest character in the party, basically because they get all of the experience, all right? Look, I felt it was important to, like, explain for some reason. Look, okay? Really did make a freaking PowerPoint. I did make a PowerPoint, Tara. I did. I told you. I told you. Zidane gets center stage. You can tell Rag identifies with Zane the most. That is not the case. Straight up, you know what the reason is? I was going to have them all, like, side by side, but I couldn't find, like, a good, like, portrait of Zidane at all. And the only good one I could find of Squall, and I'm blaming this on the fact that I was using DuckDuckGo, is because Squall fucking... Squall has this white background on him, and I think it's fucking irritating to look at. Why are they all male? Because the games are targeted towards young men. We need only women characters because we all know males don't have real emotions. Oh no. Cloud has an identity crisis. Squall talks to himself too damn much. Zidane is full of himself. A little bit, yeah. I sent you AI description. I don't want to fucking read the AI description. I don't want to read it. FF7 is in my backlog. It's a good game. You should play it. I haven't. I just like watching stupid shit. Speaking of the main characters, who do you think is the main character of FF6? Terra, Locke, and Celeste all have a good case. I'm tempted for FF6. It's a lot more ambiguous. I think Terra has the strongest claim, but the fact that she gets replaced with Celeste in the second half, I almost want to give it to Terra and Celeste. Locke, I think Locke is a cool character, and he is a major character for sure. Like, FF6 is a lot more, like, there's a lot more, like, importance on on all of the characters. Like, every single one is, like, they have, like, some sort of arc that they go through, and they all do this thing. Like, with the exceptions of, like, Gogo and Umaro, which I suppose are, like, you know, whatever. Rag, this is gay. You're gay, dullard. Because JRPGs are shitty role-playing games, so we're forced into this one character. Is Witcher a shitty RPG, man? is because we're forced to play as Geralt? Come on, man. Come on. You know this is a dumb idea. You know this is a terrible argument. Speaking of Rag thinks we're normies. This is a video games for boomers slideshow. You have to sit through the break room. Look, dude, you guys wanted a fucking Yap stream, all right? You guys wanted the fucking stream. I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if it's a good idea. I want to play video games, but no. Instead, we get this. Terra is the main character. It's Terra. I might be biased. I mean, look, I think Terra is probably the strongest claim because she's like the main character in the first half of the game and has like the whole like Child of Destiny almost kind of shit behind it. Like, not, I don't know if it was literally like Child of Destiny, you know, Fate type stuff, but it is like she's the one who's like from like another world and shit and has magic powers in a world where magic is like not the thing, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Witcher is shitty. Yes. Okay, I wasn't expecting all of you to agree that Witcher was shitty. I have not actually played Witcher. I played the first act of the first game, and I did not play a whole hell of a. I didn't play a whole hell of a lot of other stuff. Do a 100 slide presentation on the food court minigame from Tron Vaughn. Oh my god, no. I spent fucking so many hours playing that fuck ass minigame. Like, I looked back at that VOD after I played that game, and, like, it is literally, like, 3 hours of me basically sitting in silence, fucking failing to do this stupid-ass minigame. All Western RPGs are shy. You yourself said you liked Deus Ex. Where's the entry of the Gladiators backing track? Fucking clown music. I didn't want a Yap stream. Boneless is racist. Am I the only minority Zoomer minor here? I don't know, Reg. I expected a Yap stream to be, well, shall we say, spicier. I told you I don't fucking do that shit. Witcher is a good action game, not a great RPG. I am with Dullard. I just wanted to bully you. We just wanted to bully you. I'm getting my teeth kicked in for no reason. I'm gonna just pretend you're talking about me. I'm the main character. You probably are, honestly. Chat pulled a Morbius. No, don't do a Morbius at me. No. We were all busy that day, guys. Put it back in theaters. Celeb in the chat, the progenitor of Sunny. Yes! Tara is Sunny's mother, proverbially speaking. Oh. Imagine being unable to get into a character's head regardless of if you created them. I know, right? Let's bully Rag, it's more fun. As the only Zoomer, I am furious at the lack of Simpsons clips. Suck it up. Alright, let's continue, shall we? So, Cloud Strife is our first main character. So we're going to talk Final Fantasy VII for a bit. So, what is his main conflict? And I'm not going to lie, I struggled to kind of remember this. In the beginning, it's Shinra, right? Shinra is kind of the main villain throughout the game. They are essentially they're like messing with forces that they don't understand, and Cloud initially. So when we first meet Cloud, he's a mercenary working for a terrorist organization who is trying to attack Shinra, and we eventually learn that he was apparently a part of Soldier, you know, this elite Shinra, like elite unit within Shinra. So which explains like why he like knows something about it, but like the details of like, oh, why is Cloud now fighting against Shinra? What is the deal there? It's kind of left up, like we're kind of confused. We don't really know what happens until much later on, and during this, we find out that Cloud has actually a little bit of a mysterious past. Not like a super, like, it's more like a gap in his memory. Not like oh, we don't know where he comes from or something like that. Because we know he's childhood friends with Tifa. We know he's, like a, we know he's like a fucking kick-ass warrior. And we at least, for a long time, we think he used to be a part of Soldier. Which, it turns out, when he retells the story of the burning of Nibelheim to the group, Tifa is like a little bit confused by his retelling because like he's gotten some details wrong, which she is like, huh, that's a little weird. I wonder why that's the case. And we find out that this gap in his memory is caused by like a lot of really confusing shit that I frankly still don't quite wrap my head around. It's kind of complicated, you know. I say complicated, convoluted to me. I find it very difficult to keep track of. It's like, so he actually has this whole thing where he tried to join Soldier, but he wasn't good enough, so he became a regular Shinra lackey. And then when he goes to Nibelheim, he's like one of the faceless soldiers. And this is actually a really cool plot twist. It's like, oh my god, that explains why he remembers this, but is getting details wrong. Because, like, it's one of those things where we get the sense that Cloud wasn't there for some reason, but then why exactly does Tifa still remember the events and can corroborate everything if it wasn't him, right? And we eventually learn about Zack Fair and the fact that Zack is the one who was actually doing all of this, and that the Buster Blade originally was his and all that stuff, you know? I gave Sonny my son to rag, like Samuel was given the priesthood to predict the rise of King David. Are we looking at internal monologues in chat? Lacking internal monologues in chat? Yes, we are. We are absolutely lacking internal monologues. You'd be surprised if you're not the only one. Rag pulled this off at 11 a.m. like a real project. 11 p.m. yesterday, actually. We love Sonny here. Sonny is the best. Cloud Strife, what the fuck is wrong with him? I should have had a pic of him dressed up like a homosexual in big red letters. I should have. That would have been funny. Rag is in the... What? The burning of Nibelheim? Yes, the burning of Nibelheim. Yes, Nibelheim. Whose idea was this shit? This shit was my idea, honestly. Genova cells fucking with him and his PTSD from Zack's death. Yes. The Genova cells are specifically the thing that confuses me personally, because it's like, oh, he's implanting memories, but then it's like, this isn't the real Sephiroth and shit that we end up chasing. You know, this whole thing. So, basically, Cloud's personal thing that he needs to figure out is overcoming the PTSD, essentially. Like, other than that, like, we have like his relationship to Sephiroth, right? I should have probably done this one earlier. The relationship to Sephiroth is like the Genova cells and how they're like connected to each other because of this, and how he like worked with Sephiroth. You know, these are the things that he like. These are the things that he's able to recount, but Tifa is like confused that he knows this because she didn't realize he was there. You know, and so this. So how does Cloud really change in this story? I kind of think that it's just the PTSD, and you know, coming to terms with like what happened, and then resolving to try and complete try and save the world, and but stop Meteor really, and stop Sephiroth from becoming a godlike being, which ends up not really working anyway, so they have to go and like they kill him after he's gained all this power, and it's kind of fucking insane, dude. I actually really I dig the fucking the fight. I think Sephiroth's fight is really cool. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that it's so easy compared to like the other like super bosses and stuff, you know. Mm-hmm. In a proper high school PowerPoint, Avril Lavigne would play for 15 seconds after you said complicated. Oh no! Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? Are there two Nippleheims? There should be, but there aren't, unfortunately. Would you say it's a bad apple? Oh no! Type 1 if you're tired of SS talk, 2 if not. 3s. Right, you're doing really good. Keep up. I keep going. I like hearing you talk about things you enjoy. Oh boy. Thank you. I know someone with aphantasia, but he loves RPGs, especially playing D&D. I mean, aphantasiacs. I feel like that kind of like truly being unable to visualize stuff. I can't fully imagine. But I am like a 3 on that Apple scale. What does 3 mean? It means 3. Livestream mumbo jumbo voodoo magic. It means successor operation of the successor operation of the successor operation of the empty set. Rags Avril sounds like Herbert from Family Guy. We're kids, get into my basement. Eventually, everyone joins the Brotherhood. Everyone joins the Brotherhood eventually. 3. So this is kind of the main thing with Cloud. We talked about like the Genova cells and all that stuff. I think that the Cloud's main conflict, I don't think it's really represented that well, honestly, because the whole, I think that the PTSD and like the memories being fucked with kind of muddies the waters on how much of him we actually get to see change. And ultimately, I can't. It feels like Cloud is kind of a static character, and that's not to like shit on Cloud. I do like Cloud, right? But the like he doesn't really. It doesn't feel much like he actually has changed by the end of the story. Like he's still. We first see him, he's that fucking guy. He's like, he is bar none, or not bar none. He is like the strongest guy in Avalanche. You know, he works with Barrett, but like in game at least, he outperforms Barrett quite a lot. You know, and like he has this thing of being like a super badass character. But he's always kind of this like cool and calm and collected guy. You know, he's not like a super dynamic character, you know? It fucking sucks not being able to visualize anything. Just imagine it. I'm not gonna lie, I thought, visualize this was like a turn of phrase. Right? Like hypothetically visualize this thing. Hot take, Rag hates Cloud. I don't hate Cloud. Did you do a slide of what their favorite early 2000s musicians would be? I should have. If I had worked on this for more than a day, I probably would have done something silly. I might have included like a slide on Odin, or fucking like some dumbass shit like one of those like skeleton memes with the fucking the like is like cranking my hog or some shit like that. It's the blonde hair, blue eyes doing a lot of the carrying. I can't imagine not being able to picture things. How do you read a book? I play video games instead. Did you do a slide of Sunny beating up the main characters? I could maybe have asked Tara to do some art like that, but I did not. All right, moving on. We're gonna go to our next protagonist, Squall Leonhardt. So Squall, what's his main conflict? He's an emo boy in his mercenary arc. Squall's biggest thing throughout the whole game is that he does not fucking open up. We get a lot of insight onto how Squall is thinking about stuff, and we'll get like a dialogue box, like the one that's being shown here. Like I'm covering it up. But like we'll get dialogue boxes like that throughout the game that like show that if he just spoke them out loud, if he just fucking said it, then his team would get some insight into, okay, this is how he's thinking. Like, the big thing, like, even more than, like, the love story that occurs in the game, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but even more than the love story in this game is Squall learning to fucking talk to people. Learning to not just, like, open up emotionally or anything like that, right? Like, just actually communicate his thoughts and communicate with his team members in a way that, like, helps them complete their mission, you know? Because it's so hard. It's impossible to read minds, right? And, like, maybe after, like, you know, if you, like, knew Squall for a long enough time, you'd be able to put together, like, okay, this happened, he's probably thinking something like this. But, like, especially for a lot of the party members in the game, they didn't know, they didn't functionally know him for that long. Now, this is another thing that ties into him. He's a sensitive young man, obviously, right? We're not gonna take away from his whole thing. Like, the romance arc is I fucking love it. It's so good in 8. We'll talk about it more later. I'm gonna get distracted on this. But the memory issues become another main thing. And we see these, this is gonna become a bit of a trend in this series. The main character can't remember something for one reason or another. In this one, we have the lore reason with the GFs. When you junction a GF, a guardian force. We're not going to junction your girlfriend, unless you're unless you're Ultimacia, I guess. if you junction something, if you use the GFs, it causes memory issues. And we see this is this becomes a major plot point later on. But one of the things that this helps with is, like, or not helps with, one of the things that this ends up doing is it pushes Squall to actually, like, have to share his memories. What does he know? What does he, what is he thinking about these different things? And then when he finally is, like, with Rinoa, like, near the end of the game, he's, like, finally opening up, and he's finally, like, able to be honest, not only with everyone else, but with himself, because he's fucking lying to himself that he's like, no, I don't need anybody. I don't want to rely on anyone but myself. But he changes because he's finally, like, able to have that where he is, like, where he can, like, trust people to, like, not abandon him because of his PTSD again, you know. Oh, I lost my sister when I was fucking, like, 5 years old, and we were in a orphanage and shit. Oh man. It'd be cooler if Rag went all built out and actually brought real Cloud to present. That'd be kind of funny. Sephiroth likes Fred Durst. I'm willing to draw that if I have time. I just use monoglue for it. Speak to myself. Swole leotard. You did not anticipate your big head covering up the GIF. I did not anticipate it. I honestly, I think I thought about it a little bit, and I was like, oh, it'll be fine. I'll just fucking move it over. But then, like, oh god, that was. It's a good thing I don't have fucking, what is it called? That fucking illness that makes it so that you not spaz out. What is it? Where you stroke out if you see strobing lights. My fucking monitor just strobed the fuck out. Wait, emo is in depressed and wearing black, or emo is in cutting himself? Emo is in depressed and wearing black. He's depressed and wearing black in the GIF. Squall underrated, top tier pro tag. I actually really like Squall. Squall is a really I like being able to, like, understand his change a lot more. It's a lot more up front and center. It's like a big deal that he's, like, now able to do this. And we actually see throughout the whole game, all, like, 80 hours or whatever that I played, Squall never smiles until after the fucking credits sequence. Like, we see him look at Rinoa and smile, and that is like a big moment. Like, he's finally able to not just feel happy inside, but he can express it, right? Because it's not like he's always sad or always upset or whatever throughout the whole game. Like, he has moments, but it's always internal dialogue that we see where he doesn't express himself at all, you know? Squall had abandonment issues and loneliness issues. Yes. As a 5, I don't really know how to describe it other than I imagine things in 3 dimensions, add shadows of dynamic light, multiple objects overlapping and the like. Changing any attribute of it, really, I cannot fathom not having that. Books would be so very dull. Junction to GF. Yes. Adele Junction to her girlfriend. Yes. You're not going to junction to GF unless you're married. Squall is my favorite Final Fantasy character. As a 16-year-old depressed kid, I love him. I'm not going to lie. So I've said this about multiple Final Fantasy characters, but if I played these games when I was anywhere between the ages of 8 and 15, if I was anywhere in those age ranges, if I played any of these games, in Final Fantasy VII, I would have downloaded Sephiroth's personality, and I would have been talking like Sephiroth. I would have been like, I would have been so fucking cringe, dude. I would have been, it would be bad. If I had played Final Fantasy VIII, I would be Squall. Squall is me. He's literally me for real, for real. I need a Ryan Gosling, but like it's Squall. I need Ryan Gosling doing a Squall cosplay, is what I need. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I can think of any for Final Fantasy IX where that would be the case. Epilepsy, thank you. I did not remember the name of that fucking disease. The moment when Squall trusts Zell with Adia is so awesome. It is! I love it! Squall is 17, he's got more XP than you. Ableist, I'm a spastic, I'm offended. Okay. Photosensitivity. Well, I can't see the GIF. Here, the GIF, here's the GIF again. Oh, I'm in the way. There we go. Alright. Seizures suck ass. I've only ever had one from hitting my head after slipping on ice. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. I've never had one. All I know is that seizures are fucking terrifying. And I would not, I don't think I would ever recommend getting one ever, under any circumstance. That seems like it's almost always a negative. Right? The kind of guy to think plants have epilepsy because they have photosynthesis. No, that's a different thing. It's a different process. Squall is the most introverted out of the 3 protagonists. Yes. Easily the most introverted. Cloud has his his moments with Tifa and his childhood memories with Tifa, but he never seems like like he shies away from talking to people or anything like that. Squall won't even talk to his party members that have eventually been traveling with him for long enough to be and been through. Not just traveled with, but been through combat and, like, done all of these dangerous things together with. Like, I don't know how much experience you guys have with anything like that, right? But if you go through any kind of dangerous situation with somebody, and then, like, you know, you get out of it together, that makes your bond with that person much stronger than it would be for like under normal circumstances, right? Because you now have this trauma bond that you can work through together, you know. And if, like, obviously if you don't like each other, then that doesn't necessarily mean whatever. But like Squall, it does like his party members. Like, he dances with Rinoa at the, like, near the beginning of the game. He goes to the dance with her. He speaks with with Kistis very often, like in the fucking what is it called? She's the teacher, and then, like, they have, like, this bonding moment after she gets demoted from being a teacher. It's, there's so much stuff. The post-credits FMV was 10 out of 10. Perfect music, too. Dude, if it wasn't for the fact that it was exactly that song that gets the shit copyrighted, I would be playing Eyes on Me on this one. This is that I love that song so much. I think of all of the Final Fantasy songs, that is probably the one that is like it's like that is probably my favorite, like, emotional climax one, and then like Slam Shuffle is probably my favorite, like, just generic background, like background music. I say generic, that's not the right term, but you know what I mean. Like, it's town visiting town background music. I had a Squall toy as a kid. My brother had a Cypher. That's another thing. I didn't even talk about Cypher in his relationship to Squall. Like, Cypher works as like a narrative foil to Squall. But I'm going to talk about them later. I want to talk about... I need to focus on the main characters, otherwise I'm going to end up being like, oh, we talked about this here. I don't really have anything else to share. fuck. Kids are good at doing stuff like that with the downloading personalities. I think because it's part of growing into their culture and learning what is and is not culturally acceptable. Yeah, I played FF8 as a 12-year-old. Did you download Sephiroth's personality? Xenogears and FF7 was 11-year-old memory. Did you download Oczen or not Oczen? What is it? Fucking. Were you like Faye? Is that what happened? One-winged Ragnarok. Great. Now I have Squall Goes to the Water Isle stuck in my head. I don't know what that is, so I'm a little. I guess I'm glad for now. You can test us if you play that certain Pokemon episode where James Sky has jugs. Oh no. Photosynthesis Fuda, you hillbilly. FF8's party feels like real friends. I would agree with that. Yeah, they feel like they're a lot. It definitely feels a lot closer, I think, than most of the members in the other parties. Like, Tifa and Barrett, I would say, are pretty close to Cloud. But, like, Ketchi, I don't know, like, I think Ketchi is kind of an interesting character. Oh, we're gonna talk about, I gotta talk about other characters later. I gotta focus myself. Can't wait for Half-Life 3. Moment where you guys thought, Moth, you're gonna hate Half-Life. Fire-forged friendship. Yes, exactly. I listen to Nero going Padoru every year when FGO rolls out its yearly Christmas event. I'm currently downloading Ragnarok's personality. You're wrong! Mimetic creature's gonna mimic. Squall is introverted and has a form of inferiority complex, while Cypher has a superiority complex. I remember the James's Tits episode. Welcome to being human, folks. Exactly. Memes are the DNA of the soul. It's Kate Sith. That's how they say it in Rebirth. But it's catchy. All right. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go to the next one. So Zidane, Zidane, Ragavan, fucking bastard. His main conflict is centered entirely around Garnet. Like, the whole game. I'm trying to think of a moment where it's not, and it's like maybe like right near the very end when it becomes about when we meet Garland and we're doing stuff in the other world, you know, with Terra. That his whole thing is like in the very beginning, Tantalus is kidnapping the princess. At the behest of Sid, presumably. Or not presumably, I'm pretty sure that's, like, confirmed 100%. And then, like, as they're going along, they're like, oh shit, we need to protect her because Alexandria is coming to kidnap her. And we find out that they're trying to extract the Eidolons from her. And that becomes, like, the big deal is protect the princess. And they fail, because of course they do. And she gets the Eidolons extracted, but she doesn't die. So that's a good thing. Then eventually later on we find out when he's talking with Garnet and he's like giving this, he tells this story he presents it as a fairy tale, but I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to be his life, where he tells this story about like leaving home to try and find his his people. He wants to learn about what he says first is he wants to learn about his family. And there's a little bit of understanding to this because he is, as far as we can see, the only monkey person that's around. Burmesians are like rat people. We see Eiko has like the summoner's horn. We see hippo people. We see like we see all sorts of different animal people, but nobody has this one feature that makes Zidane stick out like a sore thumb. And it's very and it's kind of an understandable thing, right? Like we're gonna get a little bit like, I guess. All right, I'm just gonna use this analogy, and it's gonna be real simple. If you're the only black person in like a small Norwegian village, you might be a little bit curious why the fuck you're different from everyone, right? Like that is an understandable thing. And so he goes and he tries to do this thing where he goes and he searches for it. He's looking for this idea of family that he doesn't have because because he doesn't fit in. And then when he fails to find it, when he doesn't get an answer that's satisfactory, that is what he's looking for, he comes back, and his dad is like, whoops his ass. He whoops his ass. Baku whoops this motherfucker's ass because he's like, where the fuck were you? You're not supposed... Like, we are your family, dude. We are your family. We love you. And I think that's a really powerful thing, right? I think that's a really good message because, like you don't need to be around people like yourself in order to be happy. Like, if that's the one thing, right? It's very... he has daddy issues. Zidane married Garnet, and then Garnet gave birth to Aiko. That's not what happened. Tailed Beast extraction. Garnet is stronger. Family Fast and Furious. We see Bobby Corwin. Zidane black confirmed. He's not black. It was an analogy. Zidane is a monkey man. He's called Tribal. Look, that's his fucking name. I don't know what to I have the card. I can show you his name. Never beating the allegation. He asks why he's so fucking different. He asks why he's so fucking different every day. Oh my god, the Monkey Man rag really... Shut up! Oh my god. I hate all of you. Baku, Baku, Baku. Powerful as ass beating, always a way to show love. I mean, that's like... The whole point of his story, though, is that he doesn't know where he comes from. And we find out later, we get an answer to that. Okay, let me back up a little bit. He has this moment where he explains that he doesn't know where he's... Essentially, that he doesn't know where he came from. But he's fine with that. As far as we can tell, Zidane is actually like, he's accepted that he doesn't know, and that it's okay he doesn't know. We get an answer later on, mostly by serendipity, by happenstance. We're not looking for, where is Zidane from? You know, what is this deal with him? We find out that he's a genome from Terra, basically because Kuja is trying to destroy the world, and we're trying to stop him. And then we find out that that because they're so similar to each other, they have this whole thing where they're like, oh, they're both genomes who both had this whole thing with, they were supposed to work for Garland, and then they were going to help merge Terra and Gaia, and it was going to be like their thing. He kind of he works as like an opposite to Kuja, right? Canceled, but I'm nothing like you guys, but we're friends. Rag, you're making me tear up, damn dog. I mean, I hope I'm not making anybody sad. I show my wife every night how much I love her. That's not, oh my fucking god. You know who else is Monkey Man? The Great Sage equal to heaven. Great Sage equal to heaven. I don't know that I'm familiar with that title. Is that supposed to be Wukong or something? Well, Sun Wukong? Oh, shit. I was right. When asked about his past, he hesitates and then dismissed it. Turns out bro came from somewhere even worse, Ohio. Buddha Bomber, we know she wears more than pants. Journey to the West. Trolky is Reeve. Fuda is Ketchi, whom Reeve controls. That's a thing I wish we'd gotten more of in 7, but that's different. Anyway, Zidane's change is he's a bit of a like arrogant dickhead in the beginning, and I'd like to say that his experiences, you know, learning about like the genomes and like saving the world and stuff like that, I'd like to say that they changed him a little bit so that he's not as fucking, what is the term? He's not the, I mean, he's not doing this anymore. The thing in the GIF where he's like skirt chasing and, you know, being a little bit of a cheeky guy, you know. Okay, but is Zidane a virgin or not? Because he talks like he's popular, but his game is pure trash. Zidane smashed. I think Zidane, straight up, I don't think Zidane ever seen a pussy, but, sorry, hold on. I don't think Zidane ever saw a breast, let alone any pussy, before he got with Garnet. Forgetting which girl he promised to fly with. Exactly. I don't think that he I think that he's changed a little bit, but I think for the most part he's kind of the same at the beginning as he is at the end. Like, he gets with Garnet and he's not like he's not going to be like Sid, presumably, who like cheated on his wife, but he's also not like it's not like this major character moment for him where he's like he's a new person with new like who understands things differently now, right? You don't get that as much as with like Squall, right? So that's kind of that's like the main thing that I recall from these three main characters, right? I saw a puss once, strange creature. All right, so our supporting cast. Let's talk a little bit about our supporting casts. How much do they matter in the scope of the story, and how much do we care about them? And like it's important to know why we care about the characters, because they act as they help shape and change our main character, the one who we care the most about, presumably. They're the ones who help kind of put into perspective different aspects. You know, they highlight parts of our main character's personality, either by acting as either by acting very similarly to them or by acting very differently. And it helps when you see the same actions done in different contexts for different reasons, or if the same reasoning is used to justify different kinds of actions and reasons. Supporting cast is going to include all of the secondary party members, all of the characters that we're able to switch out fairly regularly, and maybe some characters. I have listed all of the temporary party members and stuff like that, but that doesn't I don't want that to necessarily limit the scope of our discussion on any of these games. Zidane smashed only from pity? I don't think so. I think they got married. Steiner, because he's freaking Steiner. Vivi is the most OP and memorable black mage. Eiko is the youngest yet most womanly in the game over Garnet. Let's hold on. Hold your horses. We're gonna start with 7. So Tifa is like the main the main love interest of Cloud. She is the one who puts into perspective that she's the one who first gives us hints that Cloud's story isn't lining up, and Cloud is saying things that don't quite make sense when he talks about the burning of Nibelheim. He doesn't. She's like the main girl of the cast, and like I think I think it's fair to say that she is. Fuck me, dude. She's a main character, like most of these characters are, but like she is like second to Cloud. Only like the game could almost have just as easily been about Tifa. She lost her dad in Nibelheim. She had this whole she has the tragic backstory. She's part of Avalanche before Cloud is. She's also going to war with Shinra. Like if Cloud wasn't like Genova-celled and fucking and like had that whole experience when he was with like Zack, then the game probably would have been about Tifa, you know? Tifa, bartender. Bartenders are low-key psychologists to their patrons. I believe that, yeah. Oh shoot, that girl, there's so much art of her online. You're right. It's the one who I'm not covering up right now. This one. Let me point my ohoge at her. Oh fuck, my mic is in the way, I can't see. Yeah, that one. She is like the main love interest. And I really like her role in the story. I like the way that she's used in being a little bit confused at Cloud's story, because he's telling things that are mostly correct, but she doesn't remember his presence there. I like that a lot. I think that was a strong way to use her and her place in the story to set up the twist later on. You know, I thought that was super well done. I thought that was really cool. Barrett, I love Barrett. Barrett's the fucking man. He is so he is the problem with Barrett, and I just said I love him. I feel like, at least in the first game, I feel like he's very shallow as a character. He has like his thing with the other guy, Dine, I want to say his name was. He has his whole like deal with him, but that gets resolved relatively early on, and then we don't get much out of Barrett until really until his daughter is used by Ketchi as like, hey, we have your daughter, so you have to like keep me in the party and you have to let me spy on you, basically. You know? Childhood friend of Cloud, knows him the best, yet conflicted of how Cloud presents himself. Yes, Tifa is the best, yes. He was a Sephiroth-filled Genova cell. Oh my fucking god, I hate that. Barrett is so good, even in the remake. He's a really cool character. I just think he's super underutilized, at least in the PS1 game. Like, he's there a lot of the time, and he's, like, ostensibly the leader of Avalanche, and he kind of takes over as leader when Cloud, like, is gone. But, like, he doesn't really... I struggle to remember a moment where it was like, ah, yes, that is, like, the big thing, you know? Like, that is, like, a really big thing that, like, if Barrett wasn't here, that wouldn't be possible. You know, like, if like, he started Avalanche, obviously, so he's, like, part of the reason that the main characters are, like, on their main quest, but he doesn't have much impact on the story as a character, you know? Like, it could have just as easily been Tifa. Which, I don't know. Husband of a murdered wife, father of an orphaned girl. Yes. I feel bad criticizing Barrett like this, because I do like him a lot. I think he's a fucking cool character. But on reflection, I don't think he left as much of an impact on me as maybe I would hope. Rag, I don't care what you do to this do in this gay nerd talk, but this video better end with power scaling of all party members than ranking females based on breedability. Well, that's not happening. I'm sorry. I like Barrett, but, you know, shut the fuck up, Dullard. He will have his vengeance in this life or the next. Was she the one who got stabbed by Sephiroth jumping down with his giant sword? No, that was the first love interest. I'm just thankful Square didn't give him fried chicken. That would have been kind of funny. Barrett is an American? He was the leader of Avalanche. He was the leader of Avalanche, but like Avalanche is like what, 5 people? It was Barrett, Tifa, and then the like Wedge and them, who I can't remember all of their names. It was like Wedge, somebody else, and then a girl whose name escapes me. Names escape me. All right, let's see. Aerith. Depending on which version of the game, all future versions, unfortunately, of the games use Aerith, but the PS1 version I played called her Eris. So, Aerith, this one's a little bit unfortunate because Final Fantasy VII is the biggest Final Fantasy, bar none. Final Fantasy VII has existed on the internet and in the video game cultural zeitgeist basically as long as I've been on the internet, as long as I've been paying attention to internet discussion. So Aerith's death did not come as a surprise to me. It's been a bit of a meme. I knew it was coming. I didn't know the specifics of it. I didn't know how exactly it was going to happen. Beyond Sephiroth descending from the heavens and fucking stabbing her in the chest. But that is, like, I feel like it's a bit troll on Square's part, because she's such a interesting character, because we find out that she's a part of the fucking she's part of the ancient race, and there's like this big deal with Shinra wanting to take her, and then they want to like they want to breed her or some shit, to fucking get like a different to get a better ancient or something. And it's very it's and she is also like our dedicated white mage. She is the healer, like, and it is kind of not close. She is the game. I'm not gonna lie. I am personally super reliant on healers in JRPGs. I hate not being able to heal myself, and it bothers me so much. And so as soon as Aerith died, I was like, oh fuck, this game is gonna get hard. And it was harder for a little bit, but it does force you to rely more on, your potions and your ethers and stuff like that. And it's not like nobody else is able to heal, but she's the best at it. Barrett Tifa Biggs Wedge Jesse. I have the same beliefs that she'll be spelled Aerith when talking about PS1, and you may change it to Aerith at all other times. I think that's a good policy. I called her Aerith here because, well, frankly, I wasn't thinking that hard about it. Boneless and I will be the woman love interest of the... No. There will be no such thing. No. No, stupid Cloud. Cloud and my stepdad want to breed her. Well, actually, Hojo wanted to breed her with Nanaki, the cat there, whose head is cut off in the corner, because I just copy-pasted this image from somewhere else. She's the ultimate white mage. She can make you invincible. She was so broken OP they had to kill her off. Plot twist. Wait, is Aerith from Agartha or something? Kind of? She's... I'm fuzzy on the details of what exactly the deal is with the ancient race and their whole thing, but it's like their whole thing. They have this thing where they talk about like, oh, the race is so they can like hear the spirit of the planet or something, and it's like crying out in pain, and that's like a big reason that Shinra started trying to hunt Aerith down. Near the beginning of the game, and they succeed in capturing her, and then we have to bust her out, and there's this we have our rescue sequence. The story goes quite a few places, but Shinra is pretty much always the bad guys. She's a bloody druid, damn. I mean, kind of. Probably the closest thing that you'll get in the context of a Final Fantasy game, aside from maybe like a maybe like Geomancer is closer. I don't know. Oh fuck! I've been talking for like an hour and I haven't taken a drink. It feels like. All right, let's see who's next. So Nanaki, Red 13. I think it's kind of interesting that they decided to end the game. Like, if you remember the post-game cutscene of Final Fantasy VII, it shows Nanaki running across a world that is mostly devoid of life, that is now, like, extremely overgrown. There's a lot of green. And, like, we get this thing, it's like, what, 500 years later or whatever, and we already know Nanaki's race is, like, extremely long-lived. I think Nanaki's story is kind of interesting because he has this kind of... he has this complex about his dad being this disgraced warrior, who like abandoned his family or some shit, and he's real bummed about that. And we have this moment where we like learn. I think we have to talk to Bugenhagen when we do it, and we learn that Nanaki's dad was actually a kick-ass warrior who went off to meet the enemy. Before they would actually reach the hometown, and he died fighting them off. And I think we see like his body has been turned to stone or something. It's super cool. I will admit it feels a little weird when he's like a cat, and we don't really get any explanation as to what the deal is. We just kind of accept that they're as far as I can tell, Nanaki is the only cat. The only like sapient cat that exists out there, and we didn't see any others in the story that I recall. And we didn't find like a town where they live and there's like a lot of them or something like that. It's just kind of, oh, this is this is the our talking cat, you know? Red 13 is the Kimari of FF7. Are those Seto's tears? So I think I didn't end up using Red 13 a lot in the game either. I probably could have, I probably should have, but I stuck primarily to Cloud, Tifa, and usually Aerith if I could. Like the other party members were it was 3 members in 7, right? Fuck, dude, I'm totally blanking. I think it was. But we most, yeah, it's 3 members. I'm dumb. Rag never used Cosmo memory. Oh god, Cosmo Canyon. Cosmo Canyon is what fucked me up. We had to go when we went to Nibelheim for the first time, and we went into the mansion, and I was like, "Oh, I'm doing this cute little puzzle. It'll be fun." And I was enjoying the puzzle. And then the puzzle ended with a boss fight, which meant the last hour that I had spent like walking around talking to people, you know, doing silly voices, picking items up, it meant that we lost a lot of time. That was quite unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate. I think we lost like 2 hours of me walking around. Ooh, fun puzzle. It was a fun puzzle. I was having a good time with it. All right, anyways, next character. Let's see. Yuffie. Yuffie, the little bitch, starts out as like I'm like a friendly character who's going to show up randomly, and also like halfway through I'm going, if I'm not in the main party, I'm going to steal all of your fucking materia, which is like a huge pain in the ass. It's far from like it's not like this is gonna game end my fucking my playthrough or something, but it is super irritating to have to fight a bunch of enemies with no spells and like really weak like HP values and stuff like that, because you don't have any of your fucking materia around. Makes the fights take so long. Red 13 put Native Americans on the map. Oh my god. He legitimized an entire people, just like how Yu-Gi-Oh! Legitimized Egypt. What are you talking about? Oh my fucking god. Bittersweet. Never trust a thief. Boneless's wife. Is Yuffie Boneless's wife? Is that what this whole thing is? I do think Yuffie is one of the like stronger characters. I really enjoyed like using her to fight stuff. Unfortunately, we never got Doom of the Living. And this bitch stealing my materia was a pain in the ass. It bothered me to no end. I hated that. I did not appreciate her doing that to me, and so I kind of put her on the back burner for a long time. I had to read it 6 times, but I think Boneless is onto something. Yuffie is best girl. Oh my god. I did think it was interesting that when we go to her hometown, that is where we pick up Leviathan, if memory serves, which I think I love the summons. I love the way the summons are handled. I had heard jokes about steal your materia before. Interesting to know she can or cannot pull it off depending on players' actions. If people what people have been telling me is true, like if she's in the main party, you know, fighting with you, then she actually doesn't steal the materia, and she just lets you get to keep going normally, and it's totally fine. Okay, but Rag, is FF7 Sid the best version of Sid? It is up there as it's probably my favorite. Like, I'm trying to think of a Sid that I like more, and it's like maybe 14, but then like I don't know. This version of Sid is kind of sick, because he also this one gets to achieve his dream and like go to space and all that stuff. But we'll get to him in a bit. Ketchi is is my probably one of my least favorite characters in the Seven cast. I like him in concept as a character who like is spying. He's a double agent. He works for Shinra, uh, and is spying on the party to that end. But he actually doesn't like Shinra that much, so he's kind of having to pull double duty by trying to keep up appearances while double crossing them. Base Gaelic pronunciation goes undefeated. uh, I like the character in concept. I remember finding the execution extremely annoying because he explicitly like uses Barrett's daughter as like a bargaining chip to like, hey, you have to let me stay in the party, and it does work in that it forces the character to be allowed to stay, and it gives the characters a reason not to immediately turn him into a pelt. But it kind of does the opposite from a from the writing standpoint, because it doesn't make me like him anymore. It doesn't give me a reason to forgive him, because like I don't know, I don't even at the end, like when we eventually have to go to the temple and we do that, he has to like do this little thing to kind of that results in the temple crushing Ketchi. Even if Ketchi was like not a fucking, even if he wasn't like a drone, right? Like if he wasn't a mech being piloted from afar, there's absolutely no reason to sacrifice anybody else if Ketchi is willing to do it. And the party, I feel like they're a lot more forgiving of him in a way that I find very confusing, given his crimes against them specifically. Like, oh, he wants to sacrifice himself? Cool. But especially because he's like not even a person, he's just a fucking like a robot or something. I don't understand like the fucking hesitation that there was. I was so annoyed with that because it was like, what the fuck, dude? Kate Sith is shit. Vincent Irving's dad. Oh man. Sid, I like Sid a lot. He's kind of our dragoon in this game. He has the spear and he does the jumping. I like Sid. I like when Sid kind of. I like Sid. I find it very difficult to talk about him because he's another one like Barrett, where I feel like his overall story is kind of not that well explored. Disloyal shyster, cheated on his wife, sitting and farting. Like, Sid is a very useful character, but he's so like, I liked the moments where he was getting shit on by his wife or whatever. No, he was like a dick. He was such a dick. He's an interesting character, but he's such a dick. I don't know. I like Sid because I like Seven, but I like trying to find something specific to talk about with him. I'm not gonna lie. I'm drawing blanks on this fucking guy. This fucking dude. You beefed the living daylights out of her using all of the stat sources and no other party members. Then you shafted her hardcore. You also shafted Sid. I did not. I used the fuck out of Sid when grinding. Shit on my wife that got some crazy fetishes. What the fuck did I walk into? You walked into a PowerPoint. How are you doing? Sid was an incredibly useful character for grinding. I didn't like his. I'm talking about like narratively. I didn't care for his. I didn't care much for the way he did his whole like. He was being an asshole to his fucking girlfriend, wife. I don't even remember. Like forcing her to like make tea and stuff like that. Like because she was under the impression she, like, ruined his dream or whatever, and, like, it seemed like he was holding it against her, and I feel like there was some other resolution there that made it so that everything was okay, but I don't remember it. Damn. No one understands people who want to go to space. Sid probably. Sid was the man. He's the reincarnation of the captain of the Toms. We are men of the sea. You were just screaming about dicks when I first heard. We misbehaved during FF9, so now we're in detention. You guys literally asked for this. Stop acting like you didn't want this. This is what you literally asked for. Never doing a Yap stream again. Vincent Valentine. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember fucking anything about Vincent. He's cool. He's edgy. I liked him visually, but anything more than complicated than that, I don't know shit about Vincent. I remember there was supposed to be some sort of there was some sort of story that we got in a cave somewhere, but I don't remember what it was. I remember that we had to, like, pick him up out of a fucking out of a grave, essentially, and it was kind of a neat pickup, but, like, he kind of just came along, and it didn't seem like a fucking big deal to me. It's just like, okay. The trolling never ends, Rag. Oh my god. See, that means yes in Spanish. I need another beer from across the street. Dirge of Cerberus isn't a super bad game. I did want to play Dirge of Cerberus, but the only version, the only link I could find was dead because, you know, can't be doing that now, can we? Vincent was a former Turk. Didn't Vincent get his own spin-off game? Yeah, I think that was Dirge of Cerberus. We had to pick him up in a dumpster. He had a love interest with Sephiroth's mom. Yeah, see, that... But I don't remember any of that. Like, I know nothing about Vincent. He's cool. Don't get me wrong. He's cool. I like him. I don't know anything about him. It's very difficult for me to be like, yes, this is a cool character. This is a good character. He left no impression on me beyond his aesthetics, which I think is unfortunate. Maybe I have to play Dirge of Cerberus to, like, you know, figure out what the fuck is going on with that. The girls are all Vincent fans. I actually talked with one of my friends, and she was like, "Yeah, Vincent was Vincent was my fucking crush, or whatever." Are there any other Final Fantasy VII characters that were, like, side characters? I mean, we had, like, the Shinra board with, like, Heidegger and company, who, like, fucking, you know, and, like, Rufus and the former president before, you know, Sapphire destroys him. There's a whole lot of supporting characters. I remember mostly Heidegger and his girlfriend, like, getting in the big robot and fighting me. And the guy at the Golden Saucer who, like, owns the place, who struts around in a fucking, in a banana hammock. Aerith's adopted mom, Yuffie's dad. Yeah, see, there's a lot of characters, but I don't know how much any of them individually, contribute, you know? I think memorability is kind of a problem with FF7. It's the Genova cells, they're fucking with me. I got that and the guidebook, nice. Dio, is that his name? That was his name, wasn't it? Fucking hell. Oh my god. Alright. I think it's gonna push us to 8 next. Rag is infected. Alright. Final Fantasy VIII. Alright, Final Fantasy VIII. Let's talk characters, supporting characters. Starting with Rinoa. Alright, Rinoa is our main protagonist's, like, love interest, right? And she is ultimately the one who gets Squall to open up and become a more communicative person, right? He goes from being totally silent in all situations to finally being able to actually have a conversation with a human being. It's quite unfortunate for him that he had to go through this whole thing. And a lot of the later parts of the game focus on Squall and Rinoa, or Squall having this kind of relationship to Rinoa where they, like, he doesn't want to be like, oh yeah, I love her, or anything like that, but he definitely has a connection that he wants to he's like afraid of, right? That's like his whole thing. PowerPoints are underrated and underappreciated. I can't speak for Boneless and Fuda. Thank you for the $5, Lynn. I appreciate it, but also, what the fuck? Oh, man. Renoa is the... Oh, God. Holy shit. I'm gonna, like, say the same things over and over and over again. So, because Renoa ends up being the... Like, essentially the object of the game is to save Renoa, because she ends up becoming infected or possessed by the sorceress Ultimecia, right? Who, like, from the future, that whole story, that whole thing, it's very complicated. We end up having to figure out how are we going to save her. That is the final thing in the game that we're trying to do. We're trying to save Renoa. There's this talk about, like, we're trying to save the world and stop Ultimecia, but ultimately the thing that Squall cares about is saving Renoa. And Eyes on You is a fucking banger track, dude. Let me see. Is this Eyes on Me? Eyes on fucking... Yeah, Eyes on Me, not Eyes on You. I'm retarded, it's okay. Eyes on Me. A+ for presentation. Presentation effort. D for actual PowerPoint. Look, dude. I didn't do the silly transitions and the terrible fonts and stuff like that, but I appreciate the grades. It's Eyes on You. Is Eyes on You the song you use in the first minutes of your stream? No. I'm gonna play like 5 seconds of this. Here's hoping that it's a part that actually has like that has some words. Okay, I don't want to get demonetized. Or not even demonetized. I don't think this stream is monetized in the first place. But that song, oh, it's so good, and it comes at the perfect moment right after like Squall has thrown himself into space to try and save Renoa after he doesn't know if he's gonna fucking make it back. He doesn't care. He wants to save her, and so he throws himself out of the escape pod into open space and flies right into her arms. It is a beautiful moment. It's also dumb as fuck because the guy, because there's no guarantee he was gonna make it, but he's the protagonist. So of course he and Renoa find Ragnarok. They get on the thing. They have a little moment where that song plays and he looks into her eyes, and it's so good. I fucking love that whole thing. Renoa is a phenomenal fucking love interest for one of these games. I think I love it. Oh my god, it's so good. Final Fantasy games are romance novels for boys. Unironically, kind of. Like, I certainly the PlayStation era games. I don't know if I would say that for any of the others, but certainly the PlayStation games, like, what was it? In the beginning of, I think one of the first Final Fantasy VII streams, I titled something like, Robert Pattinson says this game is about, is like how boys learn about love, or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly the title. I don't remember exactly the quote. And like it's kind of true. In the beginning of 7, you have Cloud and Aerith. Fuck, I'm fucking myself up. Cloud and Aerith they have this kind of thing, you know. Oh, maybe they're gonna be in love. Maybe that whole. And then Aerith fucking dies, and then Cloud finally gets with his childhood friend Tifa, who at the end, you know, it's like a big thing for them to like finally come together and be like, okay, we are gonna be an item, essentially. They don't outright say anything, but they fucked, all right. They fucked. Final Fantasy VIII, the whole game, and like everything else is backdrop to this. The whole game is Squall coming out of his shell so that he can be with Renoa. Amazing. I love it. Final Fantasy IX, same thing. No, not same thing. A little bit different, but like Zidane is getting with Garnet. And, like, he falls in love with her, and he realizes it can't possibly work out. But we'll talk about that a little bit more later on. Hi. How you doing, Ground Shaker? A plus for effort. O for Odin level presentation. Just start 10. We can all say we agree. Guys, let's copyright claim him. Rag, you played the entire track twice in full in your playthrough. Yes, in my playthrough, because it's part of the game. That was a 6-hour stream with 120 plus viewers. What, the Final Fantasy 8 one? I actually don't remember what the view count it was on that one. I don't remember what the total total concurrent viewers were. Batman said that. What the fuck? Irving was the Chad. Is it Eris or Aerith canonically? It's Aerith canonically. Eris is what she's called in the PS1 in the first PS1 version, which is what I played. Irving was the Chad. Zell never got his hot dogs. That's why FF8 is my favorite. When Squall saved Renoa and killing the aliens on the Ragnarok. It's so good. It's so good. I love Renoa as a character. I think it's a little bit I think the fact that she becomes the reason that Squall is able to come out of his shell and act as that kind of that impetus, that narrative device that he needed in order to like, because ultimately what it comes down to is he needed to not only be honest with himself, but like he needed to be able to communicate that to other people. And eventually, like at the very end, after they come down from that ship and everything, and Squall has this thing where he lets Esthar take her away to like seal her the way they did Adele. Like he realized, like the rest of the party is like, what the fuck are you doing? Essentially smacking him on the back of the head and being like, we're gonna go rescue Renoa. You know? Oh, it's so fucking. All right, next character, Zell. Zell Dinked. I liked Zell. I think he was the one I was doing the fucking the Joey Wheeler voice. Fucking this. I thought he was a fun character. I like him, but he's another one who felt kind of static, and that might be because I didn't do his like girlfriend side quest, which is, you know, maybe that's on me, but ultimately I feel like he is like a bit of a static character, right? Like he's there to support Squall and be like on his side and be positive reinforcement, but he's not he's not really there as like a he kind of is like the opposite of Squall, is the closest I'd say. He's not a foil, I don't think, or maybe that's the right term, but he's he's outgoing. He's he's not really afraid to speak, and he talks a lot. You know, he gets this whole if he has something on his mind, he lets it be known, and that's like that he works as the opposite of Squall, and is kind of maybe a more extreme version of what Squall wants to turn into. You know, narratively, what he wants, what he desires is a little bit different, but like, you know, fucking what Squall needs to progress towards. You know, he's like equal and opposite. Who called him White Tice? I mean, he does have the fucking Tyson tattoo. Zell is a chicken wuss. Rag shafted Zell. I did shaft him a little bit, but I do like how I do appreciate how he exists as like as an opposite, right? He's kind of he's different in like he's pretty much every way from Squall, but he's not like a narrative kind of parallel or like a mirror to him the same way that Cypher is. So Selphie is fucking a wonderful character. I don't remember much about her beyond that she's the one who is like, holy shit, the bombs are gonna fall on my old garden. I need to save them. So when the missiles did eventually hit that garden, she's there and she wants to like you know, she's there to do like first aid and all that good stuff. She's I don't recall much about her changing, and I don't know if she's supposed to serve as like a narrative foil to any of the characters. She's kind of like Zell in that she's like, you know, happy and outgoing and like more open than than our main character, but she's not like she doesn't strike me as like a as serving any particular narrative purpose, you know? Is foil the word you're looking for? It might be. I don't know. What is this, Lynn? What is this link that you've sent in the Discord, in the fucking Twitch chat? If it was rebooted, he would have the most insufferable high-pitched voice. You think so? Cafeteria team, secure the hot dogs and store everything in our secret shelter. Don't just leave any for the enemy. Courtesy from Boneless. This better not. My fucking god. It's Odin fight fucking statistics. Immune to Rapture, the end. Immune to status. Immune to magic. Immune to devour. Immune to demi. Absorbs all elements. Take 90% reduced physical damage. Counters limit with Eden. Counters Angelo with Hell's Judgment. Auto cast dispel every third turn. What is the point of this? There's no Odin fight. Stop gaslighting me. There's no fucking Odin fight. White pantsuit, black in uniform. You guys gonna make a note of this? I think seed uniform, black panties are the most important to the plot. Zell is like the everyman of the amalgamated amalgamated average of cool 90s guy IMO. We can't see it. I wasn't trying to show it to you. There's no fucking Odin fight. There's no Odin fight. Stop gaslighting me. All right. We can talk about Odin when we get to the super bosses, okay? What even is the joke behind Odin fight supposed to be? Did someone misspell Odin at some point? No, Odin is one of the characters in Final Fantasy VIII, who is like, he's fair. I didn't list him here, I don't think, but he is one of the characters who like helps you resolve the plot, and he has like this device that lets him. He has a device that ultimately leads to Ultimisia's creation, the sorceress from the future who was trying to take over all of time and everything. And somebody said that there was going to be a boss fight with him, and I was like, are you serious? And then there was no boss fight with him, and I was fucking lied to, is what happened. Odin, successor to Maeda. Yeah, that's another part. He's another one of the characters. You want to outside and fisticuffs? I do terrible Asia accent for this man. But he was also even more fucked up because I had to throw a little bit of German into it, and I'm not gonna lie, dude, I don't think I succeeded on that front, like, at all. It's no joke, there really is a fight. They're landing above us. Mog's a successor to Odin. Oh my, everyone is a successor to Maeda, alright? We're gonna have to go through Parasite Eve. We're gonna have to go through Parasite Eve again. Kina is offshoot to Odin. It all leads back to Odin. Alright, anyways, Selphie, cool character. I don't know that I don't remember much about her beyond, like, she has, like, a moment where she gets, like, her little arc is kind of resolved with, the bombing of, the other garden, and Irving kind of, I almost said creeps on, but not really. He's just kind of hitting on her because because that's just the way he is. I think I gave him, like, a fucking terrible Spanish accent, too. For real, though, Kermit being the voice for Squall was actually incredible. Fucking Kermit the Squall here. It was kind of funny, but I will admit, I felt like it took away a little bit from some of the more serious narrative moments. Not that it was, like, a problem, because I still really like hate, but holy shit. Selphie is bae. I know a streamer who played Parasite Eve and no less than 6 times on stream every Christmas season. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having like a cozy, you know, Christmas season, like, yeah, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna play this game. We're gonna play Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve is a super cozy game. Always has been. Oh my god. That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. You must really hate him, yeah, with the fucking trains. You didn't have to roast Renault's train like that. Can't believe they named the character Selphie. Holy crap, it's code word Vooman. Yes, it's me. Sad Orphan Kermit was hilarious. Sad Orphan Kermit was kind of hilarious. Code word Vooman appears. Thank you for the $10, Lynn. Okay, dude, you don't need to... I do think it's kind of funny that, like, Vooman shows up and I get money for it. You gotta show up more often, dude. Now that I have revealed my presence, I have an obligation to stay until we talk about Steiner. Oh man, we're still on FF8, so we're on FF8's side characters. So we'll talk about Steiner in the next slide, but we got a few more side characters to go through. Kermit funny as fuck. I love Selfie with all my heart, but Robbie Rotten won't let me post her. I exactly start showing up so I can save money. Numbers Mason. The Numbers Mason, what do they mean? Alright, let's stop talking about Selfie. Who's next? Kistis! So, Kistis starts out as a teacher in Balam Garden. Or however the fuck you're supposed to say those names. I heard somebody call it Balam, which also kind of makes sense. It's kind of like Galbadia, but it's Galbadia apparently. I don't know. I think Galbadia makes more sense to me the way it was written. But Kistis starts out as a teacher, and it seems like she's going to try hitting on Squall early on after she gets demoted from being a teacher. Because presumably because of a lack of leadership qualities, which I'm not so sure I agree with. But it is kind of like whatever. She serves as our tutorial character. She's the only one who can do blue magic, and she does it via limit break, which we'll talk more about those later on. I find it very frustrating that she's so... Even though she started out as a teacher, as soon as she gets demoted, it's not... She completely drops the teacher stuff altogether, right? And, like, I get that from, like, a professional standpoint, but, like, I feel like it's a bit strange to have her start out that way and not have her, like, try to fight for that position or fight to, like, at least be seen that way a little bit. You know, she's not... I don't recall her being particularly teacherly, you know, if that makes any fucking sense at all. She's she's essentially just like another one of the students, which I don't know. I like her as a character. I think that she's nice, she's supportive, but she doesn't strike me as a teacher in anything other than fetish material. She's got the glasses on, and she's got the teacher outfit, and I mean she probably has a yardstick that she can she can use, but like anything beyond that, like she didn't try to keep being a teacher in any way. Which I don't know. Maybe that's like the point. Maybe the whole point with her is that she doesn't have leadership qualities and she doesn't want to do those things. But then how did she end up as a teacher in the first place, I wonder? I don't know. I try to show when I can, but I'm a graveyard shift worker. I imagine a lot of the people here work later at night, so I understand. Coziest non-cozy game for winter: Monster Hunter Stories 2. That might be fun to try out eventually. I do want to play Monster Hunter. Ugh. I work graveyard too. Don't pull that card. What did I say that you didn't like, Boneless? Is it because I said Galbadia? Reconnoiter. Oh my god, I hate that word. By the way, I'd never heard that before. She seems like a hard worker, not a teacher. Yeah, I would agree with that. I was just about to say she's a teacher for the sake of hot for teacher jokes to be made. Kind of. That is kind of the way that she's presented, at least, and I can see that from like a funny haha, you know, like she like, oh, that's kind of a cool thing to do. It's like have the sexy teacher, you know, join the characters. And it seems like she comes on to Squall a little bit early on, but as soon as Squall doesn't like reciprocate at all, she immediately backs off, and it's like not even a question really for the rest of the game. I was just she had a whip. She did have a whip, so I'm pretty sure Kistis is just the fetish character. Her power is devour. She wanted to eat Squall. Oh no, you're right. Oh no, she's just a fetish character. She has everything from the teacher aesthetic to the whip to the eating people. Oh no, I'm just an insomniac. Oh well, I understand that too. I've been in that boat. Fanfare. Plus the blue mage is always kooky a little bit. They don't have to be though. All right, next character, Irvine. So Irvine, I actually kind of like Irvine. More than I remember liking him when I was playing the game. So, upon reflection, Irvine is a lot like Squall internally. He has a lot of the same like insecurities and like issues and stuff. But he's not, it's not specifically about like being abandoned or something like that. Irvine is a lot more, he's got like this insecurity complex where he's like afraid that he's going to let people down or something. And this leads him to cover up his emotion in a way that Squall doesn't. He acts a lot more like Zell, where he's outward and he's friendly and he's, you know, he talks a lot, but he puts on this face that he doesn't, that isn't really true, right? And we see this happen with the plot to assassinate Idea, where he gets really nervous all of a sudden, and he's like afraid that he won't be able to perform, and he's so nervous about it. We see him shaking, and then Squall has to like this is actually one of the things I like. This forces Squall to give him the pep talk. Right, Squall is the guy who needs a fucking pep talk. He is the fucking guy who needs a pep talk throughout the whole fucking series, or the whole game. He needs to be talked to, and he needs to get somebody to draw his emotions out. But in this case, he has to do it for Irvine, which I really really like in retrospect. And he has to like get him to be like, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna shoot well. And then Irvine does actually perform after Squall succeeds. The bullet was gonna hit Idea, but she of course puts up a shield because she's a fucking sorceress and, you know, magic and shit. She even turns into an Onesan. Oh god, it's so true. Irvine died. Preston banned Quinoa or whatever that thing was. It was the blue mage in 7, red 13. The blue mage is kind of whoever you junction the abilities to. I think I used Barret as a blue mage for the most part. I don't know if that was like the right thing though. I don't know. It's kind of like red 13 was probably a good option. But honestly, it's a lot less solid for blue mage in 7. Like, most of the classes are a lot more muddied in 7. The only one that I'd say is, like, for certain is Aerith as a white mage. Like, through and through. She is the best at healing. She has healing limit breaks and stuff like that. Like, I'm trying to think, is there anyone who's, like, stronger? Like, Cloud could be either your best black mage or your best warrior, depending on what materia you put on him and shit. We'll talk about those a little bit more later, I guess. Squall transcends game. I don't know anything about FF8. Red mage, red mage, Naish? Red mage Naish? What the? Oh, red mage nation. Is that what you're saying? Red mage is kind of cool. I'll talk more about classes and stuff when we get into the mechanics stuff. Sid rating on Final Fantasy VIII, Robin Williams. Sid, he turned out to be a baddie. He pulled the goth GF by being a geek. Tifa's a monk, punches only. True. Alright, let's see. So, I like Irvine because he is kind of a parallel to Squall, but not like he's not a mirror, again, the way Cypher is. Let's see. Cypher and Idea. So I'm covering these two kind of at the same time because for a significant portion of the game, that being like the first disc, they are kind of working together. So Cypher is obviously Squall's equal and opposite. Squall and every time Squall and Cypher are shown to be in a fight, it's always a very even fight. Even in the opening cutscene of the game, we see the two of them using the same weapon, a gunblade, and they both get a slash on each other. You can actually see this here in this image. They each slash each other's foreheads in a very similar manner. You know, and this is like, I think this is what's really cool about their relationship. I am a big fan of narrative parallels and characters who mirror one another. I don't think they need to be exactly the same, obviously. I pulled up the example before of Naruto and Gaara in early Naruto episodes before the Chunin exams. Before and during, I suppose. But they're like one of my favorite examples because it's like characters who are very similar in very similar circumstances, but have different reactions to those circumstances that result in very different worldviews and very different personalities. I find that kind of thing super fascinating, super interesting. So having Cypher and Squall both like essentially do the same thing. Cypher aligns himself with Idea, who is a sorceress, and he becomes her knight. This position where they talk about it a little bit. As far as I know, it's not like a solid "this is going to happen every time," but most sorceresses apparently have a knight who helps ground them in reality a little bit and talks about how cool, or essentially stops them from going insane. Unfortunately for Cypher, Idea had kind of already gone insane and was like on a warpath to take over the world. And it's not until later that we find out that Idea is actually the matron of the orphanage that all of these kids except for Rinoa were in for the better part of their childhoods. You know, before they were... Holy shit. Let me take a sip. Before they actually joined the gardens. Alright, let's see. So, I like Cypher for being kind of a... Cypher is exactly Squall's foil in this context. He also aligns himself with a sorceress. He also fights to defend her to the death. Or not to the death, but like he's willing to go to the death. But the difference is that he's doing it kind of blindly, and he's aligned himself with Idea for basically just because he's got this idea of being the knight of a of a sorceress. And beyond that, he's like he has this superiority complex. He's got issues with authority and all that stuff, and that's fine. But he comes across as a bit of a dumbass in that sense, because he does things that like directly will lead to him getting in trouble with like he wanted to be a seed at one eventually, and he like leads the first mission that you're on with Squall. You know, he's in the party for that time, but then he disobeys orders, knowing that that's going to get him in trouble, and for no discernible at the moment like tactical advantage, like without like he doesn't really have an excuse for it. You know, he doesn't have like I did this, and my argument for doing that is X, Y, and Z. It's literally just, oh, there's more soldiers over there. I'm gonna go fight them because I want to go fight them. You know? Griever, boneless, make them bleed. Griever, so we'll talk a little bit more with Idea. So the sorceress with Idea, she's the first like major villain. And it's not, and eventually we get to take her out, and the sorceress is kind of we learn about the past a little bit. I like Idea as a character. I think her marriage to Sid creates an interesting problem for Sid as a character. Unfortunately, we don't get a whole lot of time with Idea beyond her like we get like a few lines of dialogue with her, and she's important to understanding how sorceresses work, but doesn't really it feels like she doesn't really do much after that, you know? Like if my memory serves, it's not super deep on that front. So finally we have Laguna, Kiros, and Ward. These guys have kind of lumped together because they're always together. This trio, we kind of see them. I don't think I created a thing for Elone, unfortunately. But Elone, these three are kind of. I'm not sure exactly what the deal is. They kind of show context of the past, and it's supposed to be, I think, a result of Ultimecia trying to do time compression, and it's like it's like Elone's power to like show the past. It's very confusing to me, that whole aspect of it. Cypher, no siphoning. I'm enjoying your perspective. I'm glad. Oh no, my leg is cramping. Why am I third? What? Third in what? Okay, so Ward, oh, fucking the leg. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah, so Laguna meets so it's strongly implied, as far as I'm aware, it's not like canonically written in game somewhere. It is strongly implied Laguna is Squall's father. And Squall's mother is the lady who was holy shit, I'm totally blanking on my family trees. Oh, what's her fucking name? The one who was like in the town that Laguna went to after Rain, thank you. Holy shit. So it's heavily implied that Rain is Laguna's Rain is Squall's mom, which is why Squall ends up in the orphanage, because when Laguna leaves, Squall has to fucking Squall is then alone after his mom dies. Which makes Elone like his I guess half sister. And Elone, oh fuck, dude, I'm trying to like explain all of this stuff because Laguna's ultimately I'm gonna skip to the end of this. Ultimately, I don't think that Laguna realizes that Squall is his son, and I don't think Squall realizes Laguna is his dad. But they have this. It shows us. We get moments of context in the past to show these implications, and we learn that the pianist that Laguna was originally sweet on in one of the hotels, the town of which is escaping me at the moment. That pianist gets with General Caraway, who we find out later, or I say later, we find this out before, but we find out Caraway is Renoa's mom, and so there's like this weird thing with Laguna and the pianist being star-crossed lovers, you know, as it were, like they could not have gotten together, and then kind of spiritually their children getting together is like a completion of their romance almost. In my mind, that's kind of how that works. Laguna, the point is that Laguna again is like a parallel to Squall in this way, but where Squall is able to get with his love in the end, Laguna was not, and had to be okay with that. And he was eventually. He got over it, but it was super depressing, super sad. Julia. Yes, Julia. Vuman heard it too. Pianist. Okay, dude. Kiros and Ward play a much less serious role, Ward, I feel bad for because he gets his voice taken by getting fucking stabbed in the throat. And then Kiros is kind of like the, hey, I'm going to talk to you about the fucking I'm going to bring you to the next part of the story, essentially. Ward was a man before he became mute. Ward was the man even after he became mute. Ward is a fucking badass. Ward said so much racist stuff, I can't feel bad for him. Oh, okay. Okay. Holy shit. Is that the last of these characters that I'm talking about? It is. Alright. Final Fantasy IX. So, the side characters we're going to talk about Final Fantasy IX. Numero uno, again, we're going to talk about our love interest. Don't worry, we will get to the other characters. I know. I'll talk. Final Fantasy IX, I think, has the strongest cast of side characters overall. Let's see. That's a decent art. It is. Truth be told, I don't know if this is fan art or not. If it is, I guess I can add a credit in the description. I was just kind of on Google Images, copy and pasting stuff into this fucking thing. So if I've stolen fan art, then my bad. Sorry. Repeat all of 8 side characters while talking with the wife. No. Beatrix is bae. Beatrix is bae. It's a fan art. Okay. Then I suppose I'll try to find credit, because I didn't include any credits in this thing. And I think everything else that I've used is official in some capacity, either a screenshot or something. It looks so fucking hell. Okay. So Garnet is the character whom the entirety of Final Fantasy IX revolves around. Tantalus tries to is hired to kidnap Garnet. Princess Princess Garnet Till Alexandros, I believe is her full name. She is like the whole thing is we're going to kidnap her. And then we find out that she wants to be kidnapped. She wants to get away from Alexandria because she doesn't really like being cooped up all the time. There's a wonderful parallel that they create in the story for I Want to Be Your Canary. I Want to Be Your Canary is like the whole thing is like, I want you to take me away. I want you to take me from this place. I want to be your prisoner. And that's like the whole thing that they start out with. Garnet wants to escape, and she eventually does. In the very beginning, that's the first thing that happens. We get out of the city, we have the princess in tow, and even better, we don't have to like gag her and throw her in the brig or anything like that. She wants to be with us. It's kick ass. Then eventually the whole thing, we realize we need to protect her because the Queen of Alexandria wants to do her harm, and we know this is bad, and this is why Cid had us do this. We know the Queen of Alexandria is like doing this whole thing, and Garnet has to go through this moment, this mini arc, I'd say, where she disbelieves that her mother could be this evil. Something has happened to her to corrupt her, to make her go on the warpath, and it's very, it's kind of interesting that Garnet, I find Garnet's disbelief very believable, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like if you guys have a family member who you're really close to, who you love, I can imagine it would be very difficult to believe that they became a serial killer, right? You know, like you'd be like, well, I don't understand what happened, what changed, what's going on, I don't get it. And that's how I imagine Garnet feels during this whole thing. It's very primarily confusion, I think. She does eventually accept that what her mother doing is real and what her mother doing is wrong, and then wants to fight against her, but ultimately still doesn't want her to die. That kind of ends up not working out in her favor, unfortunately, and the queen is eventually killed. And then the arc becomes about, okay, well, now we have to, like, the city has been, the queen is now gone, and now we have to deal with the consequences of that. But the city then gets destroyed, and it's like, well, now what do we do? we can't just ignore it completely. But Garnet isn't exactly much help because she's the queen, but she's not like a mason. She's not one of the people who can like rebuild the city, you know? Dagger's laughing at Zidane's joke, but oh my god, dude. Too lazy for beers across the street. I'll get whiskey. Boo, go back to Final Fantasy VIII. Shut up! You'll see. Didn't know she was freaky like that. The kidnapping, not food, is titty posting. My feet aren't gonna hit. Oh, Aiko's. Oh my fucking god, guys. That feel when Aiko will never look at you like that. Unfortunate, isn't it, Boneless? Thank you for the $2, though. I got the princess's toe. Sadly, gotta log off. This was fun. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Thank you. Have a good night, Taran. Buenos nachos. Totally didn't cut her hair to have her ass, give her ass even more focus. The queen was a blue dabba dee dabba die. Oh, we had Final Fantasy IX, code word Vuman. Moderately on that topic, have you ever watched Dead Fantasy videos by Monty from forever ago? I have not. So how's it going in here? It's going well, I think. It's about as well as it could be. I'm glad that this didn't end up being accidentally being me talking for like half an hour and then not knowing what the fuck to do. So all right. Garnet then, so Garnet being like the kind of like the main thing that the story revolves around, I think makes her, she's kind of like Tifa in that if the game wasn't about Zidane, it would be about Garnet. And arguably, I think Garnet has, almost, I think Garnet is arguably more of a main character than Tifa or Rinoa. But that is I don't know, it's a little bit, it's close on all of them, I think. Next one. Vivi, my boy. Vivi is, bar none, the best, fucking, like, black mage in the entire series. He is the best. He's actually, so, another thing that I realized, thinking about it later on, it's interesting that Vivi is the first character that we actually play as. He is like, we don't really know what the deal is with him, and like with the rest of the world, we don't really learn that, oh, the all of the people in this world are like animal people, and like, you know, we got the summoner's horns and all that stuff. So the fact that he's a black mage doesn't really click as anything unique or strange until we get to Dali, where we see that there are a lot of black mages, and it's like, huh, that's fucking weird. And I love that Vivi's story is about, it's essentially about learning this crazy shit about himself and then having to overcome that kind of existential thing, and then realizing later on that he only has, like, what was it, like 2 years or something? It was like on the high end for black mages. Tinkle, 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 tinkle. Thank you for the $2, Lynn. We'll talk about that as well. Vivi's, one of Vivi's big deals is that he is a microcosm of what Zidane will go through later on. The difference is primarily the scale. We don't know how old Zidane can get. We know that Zidane is supposedly mortal, if my memory is correct on that. But but we know that he's like been manufactured, and Vivi having to come to terms with the fact that he's been manufactured, and that the people that the others like him that are being manufactured also are being used as tools, which is exactly what happened with the genomes at the very end of Final Fantasy IX. It's like we find out that Garland has been using the genomes to create, essentially to prepare Gaia and Terra to fuse, to become like a big, like, they are created for a purpose and thus have like a limited lifespan. The Zidane's is a lot longer of a lifespan because his purpose by Garland is a lot bigger than Vivi's purpose by Kuja. But it's still a very similar story that they have to go through together, and Vivi having to overcome that and like learn these things, and like he has a full character arc wherein he stops being a meek little baby, and like he grows a spine, and it's with the help of Zidane, and that's one of the things I really like is that we see Vivi change throughout the game. like the tone of his voice. You know, I say voice, I was fucking voicing the characters, but like the tone of the text that we see changes and makes him more it shows that he's got more conviction now. And it's very satisfying to me to see that to see a character like Vivi who starts out as, oh, I don't really know if this is going to be right. I'm a little bit afraid. I don't know what decision to make. And have him go to, no, this is the choice that I have to make. This is the right thing to do, even if it's the hard choice. And I fucking love that. I love Vivi. Vivi is the, like I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure if I like Vivi or Steiner more in this game. You know, I think they're so fucking cool. A sentient golem that learned humanity far more than most humans. Exactly. Oh, it's so fucking good. All right, I gotta stop talking about Vivi because otherwise I will. Oh. He is like probably my favorite side character in any of these games. Steiner! Steiner! Come on! We need to go! It's time for Steiner! Oh, cast Doomsday! We cast Doomsday a bunch of times. So, Steiner. Steiner is the other character who I think is probably in contention for best side character in Final Fantasy. So far. I haven't played 10, I haven't played 12, we're talking up to PS1 era. Steiner is the character that I can think of that I'm like, it's Steiner and Vivi who are like my favorite side characters throughout this entire series. Steiner's initial, our introduction to Steiner is not really bumbling, but he's a captain in Alexandria, a captain of the guard, who is not really respected by by a lot of the soldiers from the other unit. You know, his own soldiers respect him, of course, because they have to, because rank and all that shit. But like, Beatrix's soldiers do not seem to respect him. He is a bit, I use the word bumbling. I don't think that's the right term. He's a little bit scattered, but he has this one conviction, this one focus throughout the whole game, which luckily aligns with the focus of the rest of the game. Protect the princess. That is his whole thing, and he will do that fucking no matter what. This man has indestructible grit, indestructible determination to succeed in his mission. And he is so fucking cool. And he starts out, obviously, being a dick to Zidane, because Zidane is a criminal. Which, you know, when you're a lawman, when you're the lawman, the criminal is in the wrong, you know? It's very fucking difficult to be like, yes, the criminal and the fucking the policeman are going to get together to do something. And they're like, Steiner, even when they're working together, it takes a long time for Steiner to come around on the idea that Zidane is not just some callous rogue who's going to, you know, ransom the princess or something like that. But when he does finally come around on that, when we finally get through that fucking thick brain of his, thick skull to that tiny little pea brain, he is a real, like, a loyal friend. I think that's the best. Like, if I had to choose one word to describe Steiner, it's loyal. Steiner is so slow to see the faults in those he trusts, and so slow to see the good in those he distrusts. He is a very reliable, he's a very reliable ally and friend. Like, even after finding out that the Queen of Alexandria is on the warpath and is doing evil things, and these black mages are the result of something that she has put in motion, he is dead on, like, this, no, she can't possibly be guilty, and only after it is completely impossible to dismiss that anymore does he finally start changing his views. Notably, he still doesn't like Zidane. He still thinks Zidane is a criminal. But he is a super, like, he eventually, like, that one realization eventually leads him to slowly turn to being friendly towards Zidane. And I think that is it was so satisfying when Zidane is like, when he finally like aligns himself with Zidane of his own volition, on purpose, without needing to be like deceived. And when he looks away from Zidane and Garnet when they're having their little moment, presumably I think he was expecting, and what I was expecting was for them to kiss. But the fact that he does that, he trusts Zidane enough now to turn his back while he is alone with the princess. It's a small gesture that shows a complete character change, or a complete arc for the character. I love it so fucking much. Get to the chopper. One last code word, Vuman. Come on, get to the chopper. We need to do this. We need to save the princess. Zidane, get on the chopper. We need to go now. He is foolhardy. He is foolhardy. The Knights of Pluto, quite a woman you fell in love with. You're one to talk. Wait, what? Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. And also, Steinatrix is fucking real. I refuse to believe that it's anything that is anything less than canon. I will not have. I will not have any slander to the contrary. Steiner and Beatrix are my Final Fantasy IX OTP. They belong together. They deserve each other. They fucking, okay? They fucking. No, it's truly canon. It fucking better be. I don't know. It wasn't explicitly canon in the game. But I would not be shocked if they made it later on. All right. Whew. So we got the best characters out of the way. Now we're gonna go on to Eiko. Eiko is another amazing character. I think so. I do put she is lower priority. She doesn't get as much story time as the rest of the characters. She doesn't get as much, and she is a wonderful character. She gets a lot of cool story. She teaches us a lot about the world in the summons, where this shit comes from, but she doesn't get as much like personal development or anything, right? It was definitely canon in game. Watch your mouth. Fuda's pay. I rebuke all donations in Jesus' name. Don't forget her canonical breeding with Fuda Palmer. Oh my god, she's a kid. So I like Eiko a lot because she has a one-sided crush on Zidane, and it kind of serves to show that, like, no matter what happens, Zidane doesn't get distracted. And, like, Eiko being, like, a 6-year-old who has this one-sided crush, I think is kind of cute. I kind of like that, that dynamic in, like, in shows and stuff, where, like, it's very... It's obvious that the story is never going to actually, like, commit to that, because that would be ridiculous. But it is a... like, it's very wholesome in a way. Like, I don't know how many of you guys had like when you were very young, right? When you're like when you're like less than 10 years old and you have a crush on, like, I don't know, your teacher or like a fucking babysitter or whatever the fuck it is, whatever the fuck it is that you were crushing on, right? I think that's kind of a... it's like a cute reminder of those kinds of that like innocence, right? Childhood innocence. And so nice of you to not put her in the top so you didn't cuck me. She's got the smarts far beyond her age, but she still has her immaturity. Yes. It's not one-sided. I'm the player. I control Zidane. Eiko is the cute fairy child. Yes. Because that would be ridiculous. I suppose it would be ridiculous to find love. Like, it would be ridiculous for the game to commit to having an adult character and a 6-year-old in a romantic relationship. In this game's context, that would absolutely be ridiculous. I don't care what happens in your personal eroge or your fucking nukiye or whatever the fuck. That is a completely different context. In the context of this game, having that relationship would be very weird. Her calling that girl a bimbo will never not be great. It is fucking hilarious. I think Eiko is a wonderful character. I like that she shows us so much perspective on the world, and she illuminates us a little bit to Garnet's thing as well, because we have to go to Madain Sari for that. It's a little bit of a cryptic thing to figure out, which, you know. Wait a sec, I was abused? Probably. Zidane isn't an adult, he isn't even real. Greenlight Eiko, you don't know the age of consent in their world. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really concerned about age of consent in cartoons for the most part. That's just not a thing I care about. Rag, are you swallowing rocks to make gastroliths? No, it's just my cup has ice in it. Oh, alright. Anything more to say about Eiko? I like that she shows us the Eidolon stuff. And serves as like that kind of I think it's interesting that she is our kind of our white mage. Final Fantasy IX has a lot more. It's a lot more obvious what different characters are supposed to do in like your traditional Final Fantasy class roles. Primarily because of trance, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later on. That coma, never forget Operation Lolly Drop. Yeah, that as well. The fucking Operation Lolly Drop, where fucking Eiko jumps off the fucking plane to go be with Dagger and do a summon about it. Alright, next up. Freya. Freya, unfortunately, is very underutilized, I think. I think she's a very interesting character because she has that whole situation with the man she's in love with has amnesia and has not returned and doesn't remember her, and they have that whole like moment with Clara, and it's a bit unfortunate what happens like in like she has the tragedy of like her backstory, and we find out what happened to Burmecia, and then the Burmecians went to Clara, and her story kind of gets wrapped up a lot early on, to the point where I was kind of expecting there to be more, but it never came, which is unfortunate. Freya the Rat Girl Femcell. Wait, what did I miss? A lot. We're still don't worry, we still got overall story discussion and mechanics to go through and shit. I'm surprised how long this has gone on already, though, so I'm glad about that. I kept expecting there to be more stuff with Freya, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get more. I actually think I forgot. I might have forgotten to put Amaranth on here, but maybe. I like her mechanically as a character. I don't think she does much for. Holy shit! My cat just fucking sprunt. Rat Girl number 1. Yap stream, the great yappening. It is a yap stream. It is the greatest of yappenings, I think. This is the only dedicated yap stream I've ever done. Actually, I don't think I changed my thing on Twitch. I think I might still be on Final Fantasy IX. Uh-oh. Okay. Anyways, Freya, cool character, underutilized, not as I wish we had gotten more with her. It's just that's my biggest complaint with her. Other than that, she doesn't, I don't know, she doesn't serve any like foil. She doesn't like elucidate anything about Zidane that I recall beyond like, oh, they have a connection. You know. I'm beginning to feel like a yap god. Oh no. How closely does Freya follow the Talmud? My god, dude. Kina. Kina is a comedy relief character. Kina serves as a, like, her whole thing is eating food and cooking, and she's our blue mage, and beyond that, she doesn't really do much. She has a relationship to Vivi, because Vivi's grandpa is like her master or something, or like her what like is like related to her in some way. Is very strange. Underutilized my rat. They did underutilize your rat. What the fuck? 3 seconds. Oh my god, dude. uh, I I don't know that that I would say Kina is like underutilized. It seemed like Kina was there a lot of the times to fill out a party slot when there was a narrative reason for there to not be another party member there. Which I don't know that I'm not super stoked about that role in the story. I kind of like if Kina wasn't there, the main thing that would be difficult is finding the path to the other continent. Other than that, I can't recall much that Kina actually helped with. I'm so happy. Come on now, they're married. Okay, but like the marriage with Kina and Vivi is kind of a weird one, right? Like I didn't really get that. Why in a food comment? Your people caused it. Oh my god. So I don't know. I'm kind of lukewarm on Kina. I think Kina's one of the weaker characters in the game overall, like story wise, narrative wise. Kina was the mom. Conde P. Fucking hell. All right, Amaranth. Oh, Amaranth. I think Amaranth was another character I felt was a little underutilized. He was better than like Freya, because Freya had kind of an isolated story that kind of ended on its own, and then after that was kind of like, what's the point? Amaranth had like a whole thing where he had beef with Zidane, and Zidane was a very fucking Zidane didn't remember him, and like Amaranth's whole thing was, I'm going to prove that I don't need other people, and then he constantly ended up needing other people, and eventually he relents. So I think that's cool, but we didn't see a whole lot of I don't know. Maybe it's because he was introduced to the party later on, but I felt like he was not as present as he could have been. Like I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Amaranth stole my bike. Shut up. He's another character I like, and he does have a complete arc, and we get to see it. But I'm not as it wasn't as like big a deal. I didn't feel like, because it was one of those things where he's just constantly getting himself in trouble, and then we bail him out, and then I don't know. I'm very lukewarm towards Amaranth as well, but he's at least more of a character than Kina is. Like, he's probably more interesting to the party as a in like character dynamic than Freya, which is unfortunate because I really liked Freya, and I basically never used Amaranth unless he was like forced to be in the party. All right, next. Oh, whoops. Butones. Beatrix and Sid. Beatrix is fucking kick-ass. I love Beatrix. She is a boss most of the time, but she does join the party for a short while when protecting the princess. And then she is Steiner's better half by the end of the game. And fucking amazing character growth. She has a very similar arc to Steiner, but because she's not like in the party, she's it's a lot less like we don't get to see it as much, and that's fine. She's not like one of our main side characters, but she is in there. Beatrix did commit so many war crimes, like so many rats murdered. I mean, you know, what's a little genocide when you have some character arc in there, right? Aiko best character, second best her mom, her Mog. Her Mog! Is it because Mog saved her? Gets married, pops out brood, becomes a widow, speed run. Yeah, Beatrix. Beatrix is. We didn't get to see her doing the genocide. We just saw her after and then had to fight her. But she was, but she is kind of I like that she's. I like that she eventually is like on our side, right? My rats. Oh. Sid is another. This version of Sid, I was kind of. I don't know. Maybe it's because I had to do that fuck ass frog minigame. I hated that fucking minigame. I hated it. I hated it. It sucked. Oh god, it was so stressful, and I was fucking it up every time. I think it's a bit interesting that they went with basically making him a lecher, and he had him like cheat on his wife and be like kind of like not like a bad person, but kind of just like a shithead in that set. In like not to us, but like just that was his character. I don't know. I thought it was kind of strange that they went with that for like one of the characters who is ostensibly a hero. You ass fucked boneless. I did not. Jump rope secret ending where Vivi becomes a ripped barbarian yoked from his 1,000 jumps. He was just a shitbag. Yeah, he was just a shitbag. But he does eventually like help us. He is the guy who went out of his way to hire Tantalus and kidnap Garnet, you know, so that we could save her, so that we could ultimately save her from everything. So he's kind of like a good with the bad. Vivi survives if you do the jump rope. Cheat on you, man. That's how you get a his head. What the fuck? Cheat on you, man. That's how you get a his head. Cheating on your wife isn't that bad. You single fags don't understand. I don't think you're right about that. I've been married too. I didn't want to cheat on my wife. And the Tantalus boys. The Tantalus boys are Zidane's family, and I talked a bit about this. I talked about this when I went to when we talked about Zidane. But like the Tantalus is his family for all intents and purposes. He is they are the ones who are like his, like Baku is like his dad, and Cinna, Blank, and company are like his brothers and shit like that. They are a tight knit group. And they have this thing where like, oh, Zidane leaves every so often, and it's I think it's kind of heartwarming to know they always take him back. They always take him back because they love him, because they care about him, and it's I like it. I like the Tantalus boys. Again, they're kind of minor characters. I'm not gonna be super. None of them have any like notable arcs or anything they go through. But I figured it was important to mention that they exist. Blank is the homeboy. Blank does serve as like one of the major turning points in the game. He gets turned into stone. He gets petrified with the rest of this evil forest. And so Garnet, feeling guilty about it, wants to go unfuck him, basically. Marcus is number 2. Marcus is another homeboy. He shows up and is like in the party for a little bit. I don't really have much else to say about them, though, so we're gonna move on. So, overall story thoughts. I like Final Fantasy VII's story. I found it very confusing to follow with the Genova Cells stuff, and then not chasing Sephiroth because we're actually chasing like some Genova monster multiple times throughout the story. I found that kind of confusing to follow and not very. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense until like seeing it more in retrospect. So I don't know. I like the story overall. I like the character arcs. I like Cloud. I like Tifa, but it's not like I don't have as strong a connection to 7, I don't think. I hated the theater plays, especially the one at the end. They killed the momentum vibe. You didn't. I liked them. I liked those. I have COVID and now I'm in bed, but thank you for the Yap stream that I haven't been a part of. You're welcome, Picaporion. I hope you get better soon. All right, no getting off of this train we on. I still make COVID. I understand bits. Imagine scheduling the app stream around Pika's illness. What the fuck, Rag? I did not schedule it around the illness. I was like, damn, I finished Final Fantasy IX, and now I'm gonna take a few days off so that I can fucking do this. And then I started up on the weekend again. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII, kind of confusing to follow. Like even probably because of Cloud's own confusion. Like that's like it seems like it might be part of the point, but it was kind of I don't know. I'm not 100%. Not my 7 is not my favorite overall for the stories. I like it. Remember what I said at the beginning. When I say one of these is not my favorite, we are comparing bad bitches against one another. All right, it is razor thin margins we work on, and again, if you ask me tomorrow, I might be like, actually, 7 is my favorite. I like 7 the most, and it kind of depends, right, on my overall mood. So did we fight Odin yet? We're never gonna fight Odin. There's no fucking Odin fight. I remember all I remember with Cloud was him wearing a dress, and he was like, nailed it. Moving on. Yes, nailed it. Moving on. I fucking love that. Came back just to ask. Alright, so overall story thoughts on 7. Good. Not my favorite of these 3, but still good. Next up, we're gonna do 8. 8 is a fucking wonderful love story. Eyes on Me, that I keep coming back to that song, because that song, like, just, it was a fucking amazing emotional climax. I was so invested in Squall and Rinoa. Like I was at first I was like, no, Rinoa's kind of a bitch. She likes Cypher, right? Why would I like Rinoa? But like, man, by the end I was like, fuck, dude, Squall and Rinoa belong together, and I was super invested in it. I really liked that whole thing. I like that we got to see Squall's story arc, you know, from the beginning to the end. I found it a lot. I find a lot of the like. I guess metatextual stuff, like the stuff happening around them, like to the world, like how exactly time compression works, like what exactly the like Ilone's power is, how exactly that works. I was a little bit confused on a lot of that stuff. I found it a lot more. How do I even talk about this? Fuck. All of this stuff is very. It's interesting, but not my. The thing that I liked the most with 8 was the individual characters and primarily how the characters played off of Squall. That was the thing that I really enjoyed with 8. The whole thing with Ultimecia and like and how Laguna was president of Esthar and Odin's role and all that stuff. It kind of all blended together for me, and the main thing that I remember is the characters. You know? Rag is comparing selfie Yuffie. I knew it. 8 is the fave. FF8 was ambitious as fuck. It is ambitious. It's super, super ambitious. I think it had a lot of potential. I think 8 is the one that has the most unrealized potential. Like it is the one that I think, like, if you were to go back and you were like, okay, I want to do Final Fantasy 8, but I want to, but like I don't want to, like, make the. All right, are we gonna be alive? I'm not dropping any frames anymore. Are we gonna be alive? It started going haywire, so I'm trying to fix it. Rip Strim. I'm gonna fix Twitch real quick. Oh please, Twitch. Twitch, come back to life! Come back to life! Come back to life! Is Twitch alive again? It might be. It looks like it might be. Oh no, play. Alright, it looks like Twitch is alive again. I'm not dropping frames anymore on my end, so hopefully we unfuck it. Odin attacking your servers is because you used a bad word. Oh, did I? Right? The rags got ragged. I did get ragged. All right. So fuck. I don't remember how much. I don't know how much of this you guys heard. I don't know how long I started dying. Laguna, Rain, and Alone are the true main characters. I think the idea that Laguna, Rain, and that is one of the things that I think is one of the like missed, unfulfilled potential with 8 is the past characters not being as prevalent as they probably could have been, and the amount of prevalence they had was kind of confusing. Like they didn't, like they're there to add important context from the past, you know, to kind of show more stuff, but it doesn't it isn't communicated extremely well, I don't think. And I kind of wish that it would I kind of wish that we had honestly, I wish we had gotten more of the past. I wish we had gotten more of it, which is a little unfortunate. I'm grabbing another glass of whiskey for Cloud's delivery service. Zero idea, started lagging. Yeah, no, it's Cloud now turned into a square-shaped cloud. All right. Let's talk overall story thoughts on 9. So, for Final Fantasy 9, I liked 9's overall story a decent amount. I liked that it was very self-referential to its own franchise. I liked that Final Fantasy 9 did a lot of it pays a lot of homage to the Final Fantasy games of like in the past. I appreciate that a lot. I don't know that I would say those references are used in a very interesting way. A lot of the time it's just like, oh, this is just a location from another game, or this is a song used in another game. This is a boss that was used in another game. You know, and it has several moments where a lot of the overall story stuff ends up becoming it's a lot more comprehensible, I think, than the other two, because it's not nearly as confusing, either intentionally or not, as 7 or 8. It's a lot more understandable, but I think that the fact that like there's like the three side characters who are like super good, or 4 side characters, I should say. I kind of think that they overshadow that whole thing, and then like Zidane not having as much of a change in his own character, or at least not as much of a visible change as like the previous game, as either of the previous games really. It becomes a lot more like, well, we saved the world and that's kind of it. And like, not that that's not cool, not that it wasn't a fun game to play, not that it wasn't a fulfilling experience, but it's a lot less like the overall story I felt wasn't the draw to me with Final Fantasy 9, you know? No, if you like self-referential, you're gonna love Metal Gear 2, MGS1, MGS2. Kojima sold us the exact same game 4 times. 4 times. Oh man. All right. Final Fantasy 9 overall story, not my. I think my overall thoughts on 9 is that it's not my favorite overall story. So let's do let's start going into game mechanics now. So Final Fantasy 7, I really like the limit breaks. Limit breaks were a really cool thing. I thought they added this interesting like super move that every character was able to do, and we talked a little bit about how holy shit, this is gonna drive me insane. Here, I'm gonna fucking cover this up. That's supposed to be Omni Slash. I thought it would be cool, but I did not realize that it was going to be this fucking white all the time, and that it would loop forever. Well, I knew it would loop forever. So limit breaks are really interesting as like a kind of not really last ditch effort, because they would increase when you attack and they would increase more when you got attacked. And I thought that was kind of a interesting trade-off, because you could theoretically be like, oh well, I want to get more limit break attacks, and so you could gear yourself more towards survivability and not dying. to try and more utilize limit breaks more. They some of them are a little bit overpowered, obviously, like fucking like Omni Slash. I say overpowered. You have to work really hard to get it right. Mm-hmm. Whoa, rag biased on 9 because frog game. Trance's dog shit limit break system. As much as I love it lore wise, mechanically it's not good. Oh, we'll talk about that as well. Don't worry. Materia, I thought were a lot of fun. So if you didn't watch the streams of me playing Final Fantasy VII or me playing Final Fantasy VIII, you might not know this. I fucking love menus. I love numbers. I love menus. I love equipping stuff and seeing how it interacts with each other. I thought that was a lot of fun. Materia is super fun to mess with. Especially once you get to like higher level equipment, like in this image here, when you have like all of these different things to like equip to it and like, oh, how does this connect? How does this connect? How good is this? Is this better? I loved experimenting with it and messing with it and seeing what was cool, what worked together, what didn't work together. I found that extremely fulfilling and super, super fun to mess around with. It was probably like, other than literally like just playing the game, like other than literally being in the fights, that is probably my favorite thing to mess around with. I loved Materia. I thought it was a really interesting power system. It had interesting limitations. There was interesting trade-offs, like, oh, this weapon has higher base stats, so, when I hit somebody with a magic spell or when I hit somebody with the sword, it'll do more damage, but it doesn't have as many equips, as many materia slots. And like obviously later on there's like at the very end of the game you have your kind of best in slot stuff, and that stuff is a little bit easier to math out. That's not really the hard part. The hard part becomes, what materia do I want to use? And like the fact that you have to level up materia as well. You gain AP for it to make them stronger, it's a very cool way of doing a similar thing that Elder Scrolls attempts to do, which is use the abilities that you want to use, right? Like if you want to use a shield, like if you want to use like Mighty Shield or whatever the fuck it is, the one that has a bunch of stuff on it, you want to you need to, if you want a shield that will do more than just like block 33% damage or something, you need to use the shield thing. You need to have it. You need to do more with it. And then like later on, when you have like Ultima and stuff like that, and when you're trying to like grind stuff out, you want to make this shit strong. It's so fucking sick. I love Materia. I think Materia is probably this iteration of Materia is probably one of my favorite power systems in games. Yeah. Anyway, the limit breaks. I think the limit breaks are interesting, but they're not as there's not a whole lot as much. There's not as much to say about them, I don't think. But we'll talk a little bit more. A little bit more about limit break in the next one, I think. All right, next one. All right, limit break and junctions. So you might notice that this looks an awful lot like Omni Slash. The animation is obviously different, but this is essentially the same thing. I think limit breaks are less interesting in Final Fantasy VIII. Limit breaks are one of in Final Fantasy VIII, the optimal strategy a lot of the time is get a character down to low health and then have them do nothing but limit break forever. And I think that kind of dumbs it down a little bit. Like I think that I don't think it should be that easy to limit break. Like I think it's cool that it kind of goes back to Final Fantasy VI, with like the desperation attacks or whatever it was, where they do a lot more damage occasionally. Like it's like very rare in 6 as well, but they do a lot more damage when they have low health. It kind of calls back to that, and I think that you should probably, I don't know. I think it needs to be a little bit different. the fact that limit break becomes the optimal thing every time makes it so that it's very easy to simply rely on it, and I would call it a crutch, except that like it it is literally the reason I was able to defeat Omega. And like in the screenshot, you can see someone using a limit break on Omega here. Omni Slash is 15 hits on random targets. Lionheart 18 hits on a single target. So Lionheart is unironically stronger. Omni Slash guaranteed though. What do you mean Omni Slash is guaranteed though? Lionheart would be the one that's guaranteed, right? Knights of the Round 13 hits on all targets. Well, that's another thing I'll talk about a little bit as well. Junctions, limit breaks, limit break. The limit break in 8, I think, is just overpowered. I think that's the main problem that I have with it. It's very strong, obviously, but it is almost always the correct option, especially early on, to just junction a shitload of health and then like try to use limit breaks where you're like, oh, I have low health, but because I've junctioned so much health, I'm actually at about the health that the game seems to be expecting me for. Now, let me talk about this as well. I think junctioning is probably the most interesting RPG stat system ever. In theory, I think it's the most interesting. I think in execution it could be done better, but I really like junctioning. So in theory, the idea behind junctioning is that you can spend turns in a fight, or find them in the world. But you would find, the way I typically did it, you find an enemy in a fight, and you can try to absorb their magic, right? And with this ability to absorb magic, you use magic a lot of the times, not a lot of the times. In Final Fantasy VIII, you use magic as you use items, as you use other consumables, which I think is interesting because it creates a kind of give and take. Like if you have like in this example, you see Curaga is junctioned to Squall's health, right? That means that if he uses Curaga, his maximum health will go down. Now, like, I say this is good in theory because Junction is also the thing that makes Final Fantasy VIII the easiest game to break out of, like, balance-wise, out of all of the Final Fantasy games. In like Final Fantasy VII, in all of the Final Fantasy games, it is technically possible to just grind up to level 99 very early on, and then you don't have to ever worry about anything ever. That is always a possibility. That is not always an optimal strategy. And rarely is actual grinding in the mainline Final Fantasy games actually necessary. But it's so... I find the trade-off of, oh, I can't cast this spell without weakening myself in some other way. The problem becomes that is the optimal thing to do then is, well, I'm just going to go get a bunch of these things that I don't plan to use on these characters, and then, like, I can just use them for other characters. And it's very cool, but it becomes, because it's so easily broken, the novelty of it becomes a lot less, it loses its impact a lot, you know? Not Omni Slash you can manually cast. Lionheart is random. Could be a rough divide, Fated Circle, or Blasting Zone. I mean, even then, the limit breaking is the fucking thing to do in 8. It is the I said it before. It's the optimal strategy. Like, oh, I'm just gonna have Squall have low health, and then I'm gonna keep having him limit break until we're able to just have whatever enemy fall down. Renzoku follow-up isn't guaranteed. When it does proc, Lionheart is random chance. I see. All right. Okay. Let's move on. So, Trance. Okay, well, we'll talk about these later. Trance, I think, is a much less it's much less controllable than Limit Break. I like Trance the least out of all of these. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that it kind of forces you to like think about getting into fights, but the problem is that you're not really in control of it at all. It in lore, I suppose in the story, they talk a little bit about how the whole point of trance is that it's like, oh, when emotions run high and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing to do, but the actual narrative impact on of trance is like basically nothing. Like we see Kuja trance, and then it's like, ooh, that's why he transformed. Neat. He's it's not like he trances in the middle of the fight. Like we don't have to fight him and then have him have a chance of trancing the same way that he fights us and then we trance for a short period. He just kind of trances and that's just how he is forever. You know? I cast Blizzaga and it drops my vitality enough that I get ED. Oh no. With trance, it is kind of a like it's the worst of the limit breaks. I think it's not. It kind of does the opposite of Final Fantasy VIII's limit break, where I think it's a little underpowered because it's so uncontrollable. Because you can't like you can't be like, oh, I'm going to like I have the ability to trance, but I'm gonna hold on to that for like a moment that I actually care about. Like you don't even get the opportunity to like you can't like skip your turn and hold on to it. You just have it. I listened to trancing on a PS1 was so progressive. I can't believe trance represents. Shut the fuck up, Fuda. So yeah, trance is kind of the worst of the limit break type attacks. It's not. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's bad, but because you have so little control over it, because it's so finicky, and like a lot of the attacks, like because of the way the turn cycles work, it like often feels like, oh, the character, like I made an attack, I've queued up an attack, but the character is already is gonna get is gonna trance before their turn comes up, and I can't like undo the attack, you know. But like I didn't want to like not attack because their turn is coming and it's gonna like they have the ability to make a selection, and generally you don't want to like wait. Drag Queen was the villain in the game. Oh my god. All right. And then we have ability equips. I think they're kind of interesting. I think my biggest complaint with the ability equips that we see is that they're just kind of not really that interesting. I mean, it's like the concept is interesting, but the actual abilities we get are for the most part not that useful, not that cool. Like MP attack is just consumes MP whenever you attack and does a little bit and does more damage, significantly more damage. Auto haste and auto float, stuff like that. I think is probably more interesting, and I think there probably should have been more stuff in those veins. Auto haste is obviously like super strong, but having it be like having that be like what you're working towards instead of stone killer, devil killer, like these things where it's like they're very situational and like. Unless you know that, okay, this next area is going to have a lot of undead, or this next area is going to have a lot of stone enemies. It feels a little bit pointless, and then once you get to a high enough level where you're just doing 999 to pretty much anything, like, it kind of takes away. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I'm, like, I don't know the game well enough. It's very, very kind of strange. And then stuff like Distract, where it was kind of confusing like what it would even work on. I don't know. I like it in concept. I don't think I think it's my least favorite of the 3 different things we've messed with. Like if you watch the game, I didn't do nearly as much menuing in 9 because a lot of the times it's like, okay, well, I want auto haste. That's always good. And unless I'm doing like explicitly like the final boss stuff, I didn't take off ability up or level up because I mean, you always want to be gaining more levels, right? I'm back. 3 days no self-harm. Hell yeah. Fuck, I missed junctioning. Only barely. My explanation was better than yours, so it didn't count. Oh my god. So yeah, ability equips not my super favorite thing in the series. I think if I had to I prefer even like 6's mechanic where you have to equip a certain fuck, what were they called in that one? Magicite. You had to equip a certain Magicite, and then you would gain AP, and then that character would get those abilities. I thought that was a really I thought that was a more interesting way to do it, but again, that one's like, oh well, why not just get all of the AP so that everybody can cast whatever spell? It's like this feels like they tried to balance that version of this of the abilities by making it be like, oh, we're gonna do it based on equipment instead, which I think that the equipment idea is good. I think the biggest complaint that I would have about this is just that the actual abilities we got were not that interesting. And it wasn't like, oh, we had to learn every spell this way. It's like it felt a lot more limited, which might be why I dislike it compared to junctioning. I say dislike. I don't know. I like junctioning the most conceptually. Materia, I think, is probably the best execution. But junctioning, I thought, was probably the most interesting of these styles of like character growth. Junctioning is my favorite. It's my favorite too. I think I like the concept of it. I think that it could have been executed a lot better. I think I don't know how I would go about like fixing it, quote unquote, though. I don't know that I would be able to do it in a way that I'm like, okay, this still feels good as junctioning, but isn't also incredibly OP and broken. All right, let me move myself back over here, and we're gonna go on. So, Final Fantasy minigames. We love Final Fantasy minigames. So let's start with 7. Golden Saucer and Chocobo races. Fucking Chocobos, man. Fucking Chocobos. I like the... Alright. Final Fantasy VII has a few different minigames. I'm not going to talk about literally all of them. The main thing that we're going to talk about is the Chocobo races. The Golden Saucer obviously has a lot of different minigames that you can play, and a lot of them are based on things like at the end of... I don't think it's the end of the whole disc, but it's like the end of like the beginning arc, where we escape Midgar, and we have to go elsewhere when we're like riding on a motorcycle and we have to protect Tifa and Barret, right? That's a mini game. There's other stuff that happens, but I really like the way that Final Fantasy VII's Chocobo races actually tie into improving your character power. I think that is probably one of the things that I enjoy the most. Because it feels like, oh, we're doing this like cool thing. It really feels rewarding to do. I love the way that when you get a new Chocobo, like, oh, we bred our was it green Chocobo? We bred our green Chocobo, and now we can like go over mountains. I don't remember exactly what they all were. I remember that the black one was like basically everything, and then I think the golden Chocobo would let us go over like deep water. And Gaetard, yes. Gaetard as well. I think that my only issue with the Chocobo minigame is that it's a bit cryptic. It's extremely cryptic if you don't have a guide. Like, if you don't know that you need these two kinds of Chocobo to make this kind of Chocobo, and you need these two kinds of Chocobo to make this kind of Chocobo, and then you need to get these two specific kinds of Chocobo in order to get this one. It's like you needed, what was it, like a good and a very good for either a blue or a green, and then you needed to get both a blue and a green to make a black, and then you need the black and a very good yellow, like regular Chocobo to make a golden Chocobo. It was like a very specific like sequence of Chocobo breeding that needed to be done. And then you also wanted to make sure they all got up to like whatever rank in the actual chocobo races, which took a long time to do. You know, in the beginning. So we do this whole thing to and each time we succeed in it, it actually gives us access to another materia. Like we got access to like the mimic and a few other ones over the course of this, which I think is actually a really cool way to hide the extremely powerful stuff in these games. I really liked the Final Fantasy VII Chocobo minigame. I'm a little bit lukewarm towards the rest of the Golden Saucer because I'm not a big minigames guy in general. But I think it's a cool. In this case, it was a cool way to reward players who were doing more than just playing, like going through the motions. You know. All right. The next one, Triple Triad. Triple Triad is the best minigame. Period. Uh, I think I don't think that that's particularly tough competition. I don't think it's a particularly tough competition to do. I think Triple Triad not only does it have like actual real world quote unquote like in game, like it has real benefits in that you can turn these cards into spells that you can then junction on yourself, which is part of what makes it a little bit overpowered. It's part of what makes junctioning so difficult, so easy, and makes the game it can destroy the balance of the game very quickly and easily. Rag hates a mini clip confirmed. Rip, how did you play 8 ball? How did you play 8 ball pool? I didn't play 8 ball pool. On mini clip, I played. I think the thing that I played the most was like monkey kick or something. Okay, sleep time. See y'all. Have a good night, Dullard. So other than this, we had the Chocobo minigame in this one as well, where we had to like essentially do puzzles with the Chocobos, which I thought the puzzles were interesting. I fucking hated having to go between each of the locations. I thought that was trying to figure that out was really annoying, and then doing them all and finding out I did them wrong somehow. That pissed me off. So I was a little bit sour towards the Final Fantasy VIII Chocobo minigame. But Triple Triad fucks. It's so good. Didn't play 8 ball pool. Damn, Rag's childhood was less fulfilling than mine. Line Rider was the best. Oh fuck, I just had a core memory unlocked. You fuckers remember Line Rider? I do remember Based. Line Rider was a cool game. I thought that was I thought it was super interesting. Don't they have some like paid version now? Rip Bozo. All right. Anyway, Final Fantasy VIII's Chocobo minigame sucked. I didn't like it. The actual minigame itself was fine, but I don't like that it was so weird and trying to figure out how the fuck to do it. How the fuck to do that shit properly. Also, there's a little our accomplishments here in the corner for some reason. I think I forgot to delete that. It's probably from the template. All right. Next one. So Final Fantasy IX, I think, was weakest on the mini games front. Jumping rope, kind of dumb. Quadruple quadrad, it wasn't called that, but it was something else. Kind of bad. The Chocobo minigame was actually good. I think that finding stuff to get points, I thought that was fun. I didn't really care for. I don't know. I felt like I was doing it explicitly to get to Ozma, and that was kind of it. I don't think I ever would have. I think it's a lot more shallow than either 8 or 7, which arguably is a good thing because, you know, it's a mini game. You don't want your mini games to be where you're like where like necessary progression is a lot of the time. Chocographs worst. Yeah, chocographs were kind of I didn't like them. I thought it was it's kind of an interesting idea. I'm glad they experimented with it, but I don't know that I'd want to come back to that particular thing. There was literal 2 NDS Line Rider game. 2 literal Nintendo DS Line Rider game. Interesting. But the card game in 9, the primary thing that, like, it seemed like they were trying to iterate on Triple Triad. I I don't think they succeeded. I think that getting rid of like, I think that getting rid of the regional rules, or at least making it so that regional rules don't spread, would probably have been fine. Like, it'd be one thing if you're like, oh, in this town, we have these rules, and that's fine. I don't think that I think that my biggest criticism of Triple Triad is not the core gameplay, which 9 tried to iterate on. It's the fact that the rules would spread and become super irritating to, like, if you want to play with a certain rule set, I think it would be nice to just be able to go a certain place, you know, and play there. Or, like, in cases like with the like when you're on the Ragnarok and you're like dueling against the fucking the like leaders of that fucking Triple Triad group, that they maybe have special rules or whatever. I think that would have been fine, but I think I think abandoning the Triple Triad thing altogether and going to, like, this other thing that is a lot more cryptic and kind of fucking weird, actually, to try and figure out. It felt weird and wrong, and I didn't like it. Random has been spread throughout the region. I feel like I had a stroke reading my message back. There's a Line Rider game on the Nintendo DS that was made by the OG guy called Line Rider 2 Unbound. That's pretty cool. It seems like the kind of game that would work well on the DS. Alright. Anything else on this one? I don't think so. Yeah. So Final Fantasy VII has my favorite super bosses. When I think of a super boss, when I think of, like, the ultimate challenge to overcome in a game, I think of these two weapons. Emerald Weapon is a bit of a gimmick fight. It doesn't actually force you to play with its gimmick. So, the gimmick of Emerald Weapon is that you have a set amount of time to defeat him. And if you use attacks like Knights of the Round, it takes a long time for that spell to resolve. It takes a while, so it discourages the use of things like that, unless you do what we did, which was basically just mimic the fuck out of the spell, and that's like the only thing we're doing, because then it has plenty of damage and is able to actually do it. But if you're trying to just use it as a regular spell, it feels like you might be wasting a little bit of time. The gimmick, you are able to you're able to equip a materia that gets rid of this timer. Which, you know, it is the idea is basically that you're fighting it with one hand behind your back then, but then you can take as long as you need, you can heal whatever you need. As for, that's not really the optimal strategy, that's not what we ended up doing. But Emerald Weapon, I think, was a super, super cool boss. I felt weird and wrong and didn't like it. Me after my first time with a woman. No, don't do that. Don't feel wrong about it. The weapon fights ain't got shit on Odin. List ruined. See, Emerald Weapon, I think is probably it's the first one I think of. Ruby Weapon, I think. Oh, hold on. Let me. I have this open space over here. Ruby Weapon is. I tried to find a GIF. I promise. I didn't. I spent literally like an hour looking for some sort of GIF that's like the same as the Emerald Weapons. I didn't find one. I'm sure it exists out there. Biggest flop in Final Fantasy history was the Final Fantasy IX card game. Good. It deserved it. The card game in 9 sucked. Ruby Weapons fight is insanely hard. I don't think that I don't think I ever would have beaten Ruby Weapon if I wasn't like following advice from chat, which, like, you guys presumably have played this game before and knew it better than I did at the time when I was going through it. I can't imagine trying to fight Ruby Weapon on my own with no prior knowledge, no actual like no guides or anything of the sort. It seems like the kind of thing that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I think back on fighting Ruby Weapon, and I'd probably I need to watch my VOD again because I don't remember how we did it. I literally don't remember how we defeated Ruby Weapon. I just know that it eventually happened, and it was at the end of a really long fucking stream. You know? Gwent. It wasn't Gwent a good game, though? So these two, I think, sit at the top of Ultimate Weapon, or of super bosses for me. I like Emerald Weapon's fight more because I like the fight was hard and had the timer, and Ruby Weapon's fight was weird because was hard because it's like, oh, let's just instantly kill a party member. I remember that much. Rag, now is the perfect time to read the Odin thing I sent. Please, sent you. Please, it would be funny and German. What fucking the I don't want to. No. We read that when we fucking first did it. I don't want. There is no Odin fight. Stop that. There's no fucking Odin fight. I don't. The fake AI overview of an Odin, of a hypothetical Odin fight. I don't care. I don't want to read it. Anyway. Next, let's talk about Omega Weapon. Omega Weapon is an incredibly massive challenge. We were fucking. I spent literally, I think, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours fighting Omega Weapon. Omega Weapon is the only super boss in Final Fantasy VIII. There is no fucking Odin fight. The only fucking fight. The only super boss fight. Omega Weapon has a lot of tools that basically force you to know what the fuck to junction. We did cheese it a little bit. And I say a little bit because we had infinite money from using a particular loop of items that we were able to sell, and then we could make more of, or like we would buy an item, transform it into stacks of another item, and then sell that back for a profit. And so we were able to do that for a lot of money. We needed a lot of money so that we could turn another item that costs a lot of money into stacks of into stacks that we could then junction so that we could get everybody up to full health. If you don't have maxed health in this fight, Omega Weapon has an attack, I think it's Megiddo Flame, that does 9998 to everybody. A flat 9998. There's no way to resist this damage. There's no way to dodge it. You take that damage every single time. So if you don't have maxed out health, you have to have some way around a character dying. And that's not impossible. There's strategies for that. Unfortunately, after having beaten the boss myself, which I did it incredibly lucky, I got 2 revives from Phoenix, like back to back, which is like, it's like a, 1 in 5 each time. So we got a 1 in 25, about a 4% chance of succeeding on that one. So but luck is a part of skill. That said, Omega Weapon is also the most cheesable of these bosses. You can just get heroes in you can use heroes to like make your team invincible, and then fucking just wail on him with little to no issue. I didn't do that because I don't know, that felt weird and wrong to me, but I don't know, thinking about it, the 2 revives is kind of in line. But I suppose, like I said, luck is a part of skill. If you beat him in the main menu where your seed test results are, you will find proof of Odin. There is no fucking Odin fight! Odin fight when? There's no Odin fight! Stop! Stop it! There's no fucking Odin fight! Rag is spicy stuffed crust. Whoa, left rag with none beef? There is no left rag with none beef. Alright. I think Omega Weapon is a cool fight. I like him a lot. I did spend a long time menuing before my successful fight against him. I don't remember actually what was the record against Omega Weapon. It wasn't that much. I think I only lost to him like 2-3 times before spending all that time menuing and being like, all right, we need to figure this shit out. I like that I like that it's possible to strategize against him in this way. Hey Rags, give me a super boss with nothing. Nothing. All right, Ozma. Ozma is much more in line with what I expect from super bosses. He is he's an extremely difficult fight. But Ozma, I think, required the least he required the least amount of like esoteric knowledge, I think. Like the ATB gimmick where he's always it's always his turn unless it's always his turn unless it's fucking like not unless he's literally attacking, right? And I think that knowing, I think that the fact that if you know that, you can try to play around it a lot more. I like that it forces you to learn about that more so than more so than some of the other bosses. I feel like getting Megiddo flamed. It's like, okay, well, I know everybody needs to be at full health, but like knowing how to be able to get multiple attacks on Ozma, I thought was an interesting little thing. He is. I do think Ozma is also probably the easiest of these guys. I like that he's that it's a very what is the fucking. I like that I didn't need to grind like a shitload of actual levels. We needed some, obviously, so that we could get some of our AP stuff, some of our abilities, right? But we didn't need to do like in order to beat Emerald, we needed to fucking spend forever, like a long time, grinding up skills in like the final dungeon of Final Fantasy VII. And we also needed to do the chocobo races so that we could get the materia that we needed to be able to fight him. And it was a lot more than the other than Ozma. Omega needed us to do a lot of menuing and get a lot of money in order to be able to actually fucking holy shit, words, in order to be able to get the HP that we needed to junction in order to beat it. It took a long time to do those things, and I think that that's cool. There's a reason that those are the first. There's a reason that Emerald and Ruby are the super bosses that I think of when I think super boss, and it's because they take a long time and a lot of dedication to be able to beat. Ozma, I think, is probably a lot more reasonable in that respect. You still need to know things. You still need to be a decent level, but it doesn't require you to go 15 hours out of your way to grind up a bunch of extra levels and grind up a bunch of extra stats and stuff like that. It is more doable. I mean, we didn't need max health for these guys. We practically needed max health for all of our characters in the for the super bosses in 7 and 8. As arguably, I think that means that Ozma is Ozma is the weakest of the super bosses, which is cool. But I think he's also one of the it's holy shit, words. He is the kind of the standard. I think that super bosses should require at least as much effort as Ozma took to beat. You know. I love to fight him now for the memes attempts before any grinding is done. I like to do those because if I get the sense it's possible to beat a boss without grinding and without doing a bunch of extra stuff, I think it's worth it to make those attempts. Like fighting Ultima Weapon in 7. When we fought Ultima Weapon, no 7 in 8. When we fought Ultima Weapon in 8, that was a really long, really difficult fight that could just as easily have gone wrong. But it also didn't require us to do a shitload of grinding, and it felt a lot more Not, I don't want to be like, oh, it was more rewarding to fight Ultima than Omega, but because because it felt doable, I didn't want to be like, oh, well, it's doable now, but I'm gonna make it easier on myself. I like having a challenge. I do enjoy it, even if I fucking buggle struss my way through it. Oh, all right. Holy shit, 4 hours. I did not expect this to go on for this long. So, how do I rate the games? What does everybody think my number one game is? I'm gonna just let this sit for a little bit. I'm curious. What do you guys think my number one game is on this front? after this 4 hour discussion, holy shit, 4 hours. 897. Is that your guess? Oh boy. Or 879. 19. 879. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite of these three games. I think that the story with Squall and Renoa, it touches me in a particular way that I like. I think Junctioning, while it's the least balanced of the systems, I think it's the most interesting. The Limit Break, as broken as it is, as overpowered as it is, I didn't find it was like necessary to use the optimal strategy every single time whenever we came across boss fights. I did eventually start doing that, especially for Omega, because Omega do be kind of fucking strong though. But it is a extremely it's so fucking cool. Junctioning is cool. I do think that it's a little bit tedious when the game is like, oh, actually we're gonna swap party members now, and then you have to re-junction everything, and it's super annoying. Triple Triad is also like the best mini game. No fucking no. There's no contest. I think of all of the mini games, Triple Triad is the best. And I don't know that it's particularly close. Bumsack or Combos. I was right. Please play Final Fantasy VIII. I did play Final Fantasy VIII. I'm talking about my experience playing it. I wish I could. 6 7s. Oh my! I fucking hate you, Boneless. 2 Final Fantasy VII. Emerald and Ruby Weapon being the challenges that they were, I fucking loved them. I thought it was a little bit tedious to have to do as much grinding as I did for them, but I can't lie. The fucking feeling I felt when Ruby finally died, I was ecstatic. The Chocobo minigame. Oh, I fucking, for some reason, that was supposed to be one sentence. Amazing challenges that require the Chocobo minigame. I thought that was an interesting thing. I say require here. Technically, it's probably possible to do it without like doing the Chocobo minigame and getting all of the super good materia that you get from that. But it is like I think outside of like specific challenge runs or something like that, it is practically necessary to do. And also, Sephiroth would have been literally me .jpg if I had played this game when I was a kid. And then, of course, that means that 9 is my least favorite among these. Now, again, remember what I said at the beginning and what I said like 2 hours ago. When we're talking about Final Fantasy, we're talking about razor thin margins here. We're pitting bad bitches against each other. All right. This is like, if you ask me tomorrow, I might have a different opinion. I do think, I think Trance is a really interesting ability, but not as it's not as controllable, and it's easily wasted. And I think that's unfortunate. That drags it down for me. It easily has the best supporting cast. I think Zidane isn't as strong of a protagonist as like Squall is, which is, you know, why. That's why where Final Fantasy VIII's number one. I think that Zidane is not as strong of a main character. I do think that the side characters in Final Fantasy IX are a lot more interesting and a lot better suited to the task of like being narratively interesting characters. There's a lot more I found them a lot more interesting individually, as well as their relationship to Zidane, you know? And Ozma being much less cryptic than like, oh, if you want to defeat fucking both Emerald and Ruby Weapon, you got to go do these other things. Okay, then you also need to do this and that. In Final Fantasy VIII, it's like, oh man, you better fucking junction your fucking HP up to the max, bro, or else you're gonna die. I found stuff like that to be a lot less. I find the fact that 9's super boss is the fact that the super boss is the weakest, kind of, I think, lends it more towards. I like it as a super boss more, because that means it's. This is gonna sound super fucking cringe. It means more people will attempt it, right? Like, Ozma being the easiest of the super bosses, I think means that it like, if you have somebody who's like kind of interested in a challenge, but they're not sure if like, oh, I don't know if I want to do all this grinding, like, I think Ozma is a decent benchmark. Like, if you're not willing to put in the effort to beat Ozma, you're probably not willing to put in the effort to beat most of the super bosses in the series. I don't remember. It's been too long since I played 5, so I don't remember how difficult Omega was. But like, certainly you're not going to do 7 and 8. That's probably too much. And even trying to beat Omega, if you're not willing to put in the effort to beat Ozma, I think Ozma works as a good benchmark for super bosses. You know? All right. Oh my God, hold on. We're gonna pop over here just for a second. Okay. That is the last slide. Oh my God. Holy shit. 4 hours of just talking. I can't believe it. I've actually successfully done a Yap stream. Look at that, guys. We did it. I wish I could. Oh my God. Ultimate Weapon FF8 victory made Ruby Weapon feel like an afterthought. I don't think so. Oh, well, yeah, Ultimate Weapon was super satisfying. Rag 8, 7, Tactics 9. Honestly, it might be 8, Tactics 7, 9. Honestly, Tactics had me fucking. Ooh, that was a fucking good game. But it's also a completely different kind of thing, which is why that's why I didn't cover Tactics here. I was covering mainline only Final Fantasy PS1 games. You know. I agree with that last place. What I was meaning, you forgot about the Tactics, is the dude yelled at in those streams. I feel bad about that fucking. I feel bad about it. I offered an apology in the very next stream, but like, I don't know, it's a little bit late, I suppose. Meaning you forgot to defeat Boneless by giving him Yuffie stocks. Surprise Odin fight slide. There is no Odin fight slide. I told you guys, like, if I had worked on this longer. If I had actually, like, you know, if I hadn't done it like 24 hours ago, I might have done something like that. But I just wanted to like legitimately put my thoughts out there and like have it be somewhat structured so that I'm not like just rambling about it, because I do that a lot when I start talking, when I'm just talking to you guys. I just like, I'll start talking and we'll have a topic that we're going on. And then, like, oh, here's this other thing that's tangentially related, and then I get distracted, and I have to. Having the PowerPoint was mostly so that I could, like, focus on one thing at a time, and try to give concise thoughts. So next Yap stream tomorrow, not a Yap stream. We might do. I'll probably do a stream tomorrow. Again, we have to wait. Wait, Rag was talking the entire time. All I heard was PC noises. If I fucking cared about you guys. Shut up. Nice, very cool. Let's see Paul Allen's Final Fantasy list. Paul Allen's Final Fantasy list is just Final Fantasy Tactics. He's never played any of the other ones. He's only played Peak. Thank you for the $2, Boneless. Oh my God. Alright. Rank the waifus. Oh no, I can't rank the waifus. Will there be a Schwarzenegger voices in the future? We'll see. So, I do think we're gonna call it a night here. That said, I've been teasing for probably longer than I should have been, what the next game is going to be. And I legitimately worry that I've overhyped it. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know exactly what the temperature is on this, how people feel about it. The next game is gonna be on the PS2. It is, it's something I'm very curious. Oh man, I'm so nervous about this. All right, I'm just gonna come out and say it. All right, you ready? The next game the next game we're going to play, before we get into Final Fantasy X, before we do Mass Effect, before we do Metal Gear Solid 2, the next game is going to be Drakengard. If you're not familiar, which I'm not 100%, it is the series that came before Nier. And I want to play, I want to play Drakengard, so that I can eventually get up to playing Nier Automata, because I want to play the game with 2B's ass. Yes, no, it's not Neptunia. Yes, Mass Effect gay Trollkey isn't here. What do you mean, bro? It's Drakengard. It's not gonna be Mass Effect. Drakengard is amazing. Okay, Crimson Blood. Oh man, he's gonna rage so much at that game. The Dawn. We're gonna see. Nier Replicant is amazing. That's what I've heard. I've heard Nier is like amazing games, and I've heard that Nier Automata I think has like what 8 endings or something, and you need to do all of them because it's like there's something with that. But I've also heard, I found out that Drakengard is important for some reason. I don't quite know why. We'll see when I eventually play through the game. But I know nothing about the series beyond 2B's ass is awesome, and I love looking at it. So I want to play through the Drakengard games. I think there's what 3 of them. There's Drakengard 1, 2, and 3, and then there's Nier, and then we get to like Nier Automata, Nier Replicant, and a lot of shit. Okay, this is crazy and everything, but Rag, after that you want to play an indie RPG demo before Final Fantasy X? I mean, well, we can maybe do some like a demo before FF10. Was this the secret third thing? Yes, it was. It was the secret third thing. That was what I was planning on, and then like you guys kept saying other stuff, and I'm like, oh fuck. Maybe I should be playing something like that. Maybe I should be playing one of the things that people are asking me to play instead of Drakengard. First he puts hipster Final Fantasy. First he puts the hipster Final Fantasy as his favorite, then he picks his hipster game. Unbelievable. Is it the hipster one though? Like, Eyes on Me was such a fucking good song, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that is like a significant portion of why I was so hyped for it. It was so good. Final Fantasy VIII was so good. 3 of the Drakengard games. I think Automata and Replicant have 5 main endings apiece, and then Automata has 21-ish joke endings? What the fuck? That's a lot of endings. Bungie's Oni is the short game preceding it, right? Shake that ass for me. Drakengard's lore is odd with how it fits in. I'm glad I voted on the secret third thing. Scissor Man will be coming. I wanted Neptunia. Onimusha has left the chat. Calling my bank now. Tracks en route. At Rag, Drakengard 3 is notoriously runs like ass. If you emulate it, you can apply a patch that makes the game run better. So I don't have a PS3, so I will have to emulate these games in order to play them. So that we're gonna keep that on the fucking thing. The Nier games are direct spin-offs of one of the endings of Drakengard 1. Interesting. I suppose I'll have to see exactly what that entails, what the endings are. Like I said, I know nothing, literally nothing about Drakengard. I know, all I know is that it is related to Nier in a way that I don't understand. So we can look forward to that. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow. We'll see exactly how all that shakes out. I want to keep it vague for you, but it's absolute Kino. Interesting. All right. I look forward to you playing though. Oh, thank God. I'm not gonna lie. I made a thumbnail that expresses my worry. Alright, Rag, I've shielded Soul sorry enough. You don't gotta look at the dumb iceberg on stream. Did we win? We did win, Steve! Oh my God, I spent 4 hours just talking. I have never done that before in my life. Nier only happens with Drakengard's worst ending, which is a true downer apparently, but I'm not seeing the connection. We'll see. I'll see if I can put it together when I eventually play through. Remember mentioning Drakengard a while ago? That might be why I made the connection to it. Trying not to spoil, but I know one of the endings is odd. Rag, make sure you add first time playing in your thumbnails. People are more inclined to watch if it's a blind playthrough of their favorite game. You think so? I don't know. I've watched blind playthroughs of people playing Daggerfall, and I'm not gonna lie, it frustrates me because I'm like, you're fucking this up. You're fucking this up. It's so easy, and I don't know. I do find some joy in watching people struggle though. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The reason that I don't put that is because I don't want people who are in. I don't want to encourage people who don't know that I don't know this, that I don't know shit, to like come in and just spoil stuff, because people do that as well. And like I figure if I just say, hey, I'm playing this game, and then whether I know or not is revealed when they chat, then we can talk then. Big arrow pointing to your face. Pick up the controller. Put first time play so we can bully the spoilers. Raw Danger would be a fun survival panic, although it's a sequel to Disaster Report. Don't know why it got renamed. I look for small streamers and post spoilers for games I haven't even played. Hey Rag, Snape kills Dumbledore. You can't fool me. I already read the book. Unfortunately, I don't know. I think the books are mostly just kind of cringe, but whatever. Or imagine watching a Xenogears playthrough and the dude isn't surprised or reacting to anything hype. That's the concern if you don't know ahead of time it's a first playthrough. Yeah, I could see that. It's like, wait, why don't you understand how important this is? Why don't you get it? As a heads up, Drakengard 2 didn't have Yoko Taro involved at all, so Drakengard 3 is a prequel to the first game. And writing quality gets a bit if writing quality gets a bit schizo, that's why. And I'm not a huge stickler for the perfect narrative consistency. So we'll see how much it bothers me, if it bothers me at all. I love 3. I'm looking forward to playing Drakengard. It's supposed to be shorter. I think it's still technically a JRPG, but it's supposed to be shorter than any of the Final Fantasy games that I've played so far, so we'll see. If I ever start streaming, I'm gonna pretend I've never played anything and I typed for everything. Whoa, that's so sick, dude! Whoa, that's so cool! Rip my N-word too. She deserved better. 2? Is that a character? I'm not gonna lie, my first thought was that you were talking about 2 Unknown. I don't overreact to most things, so it's hard to tell if it's my first time playing. I got too comfortable and ended up falling asleep for a bit. Well, that's okay, because we're kind of wrapping up now. We're kind of wrapping up. We talked about a lot of shit. 4 hours. This is longer than I've done several, like many game streams. I talked for a fucking long ass time today. Holy shit. Is there gonna be a test on this class? Oh, fuck. I did say that Moth was gonna had made it so that there's gonna be a quiz. But no, there isn't gonna be a quiz. 2 is the best girl from Drakengard 3. Fuck, I'm gonna have to get up to Drakengard 3 before I understand who 2 is. The app stream was a huge success. I think it was too. I'm happy with the way it turned out. I'm glad. I'm glad it's been so much fun. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna hop off for the night. I appreciate all of you for coming to hang out with me, explicitly to talk. I didn't actually make I think on Twitch I'm still on Final Fantasy IX, which is accidental, but we'll see about it. We'll see about it. I'm gonna put a stream up. Probably it's either gonna be tomorrow or the day after. I think it's likely. I say tomorrow. It's Saturday morning for me, but it's either gonna be today or tomorrow that we start Drakengard. Depending entirely on my own vibe. So keep an eye out for that, I suppose, and I will talk to you guys again later. I hope you guys have a good rest of your days, mornings, evenings, nights, whatever it might be, wherever you are in the world, and I will talk to you guys again later. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Bye!